All right, welcome back. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is Tuesday, November 7th. It is 10:40 in the morning. We conduct an session. I would recognize G. Davenport for next steps.
Thank you, Chair. As noted in the agenda, the Commission just met an executive session for the purposes of receiving legal advice as authorized by open meetings law on the Clean Air Act. No decisions were made, no votes were taken, no deliberations were had in the course of that executive session. And Mr. Chair, we need a motion to exit executive session now.
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second to exit executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Just to make sure things are working, Commissioner Ray, can you unmute and say hello?
Good morning, this is Commissioner Ray. Can you hear me?
We can. Excellent. Good work, IT staff. Appreciate that. For the record, we've got a couple of cleanup matters before we're going to hear from Miss Ull. Is that right? Ewell. Okay, so give us just a moment. We've got to get rid of a couple of other matters. First is we did the roll call. We do exist. We now have the opportunity for any commissioner comments. Seeing no comments, we move to consent agenda. Does anyone have questions with regard to consent? Seeing no questions, do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second to approve consent. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we now move to our next agenda item, which is a presentation by Ms. Ewell, Director of the Western Regional Air Partnership. The topic is Western Regional Air Partnership presentation, Colorado ozone challenges, Colorado regulations versus other states, and a state's limitations to address emissions. You are recognized. Good morning, and thank you for being with us.
Good morning. I think we're getting my PowerPoint up for you. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
I don't think one.
All right. My name is Mary Ewell. I'm the executive director at WESTAR, which is the Western States Air Resources Council. We also house the Western Regional Air Partnership. And if you can go to the next slide. The WESTAR region covers 15 Western states. That's about half of the U.S. landmass, but only 24% of the U.S. population, according to the 2020 census. And of interest is that 93% of the total federal lands in the U.S. are in the WESTAR region. You can go to the next slide. I like to think of WESTAR as a cross section. We go from the Dakotas down to Hawaii, from Alaska down to New Mexico, which is where WESTAR is located. So we are a service organization. We're a nonprofit organization. We were organized to provide a forum for Western states to discuss air quality issues that they wanted to discuss together. We end up talking a lot about Western regional issues. Of course, 50% of the U.S. landmass, we have a wide range of the West. There are many, many different air quality concerns within the 15 Western states. The Western Regional Air Partnership is really where we do most of the technical support. And that is a virtual organization that exists within WESTAR. And we have 70 member agencies, including the 15 state air agencies that are within WESTAR. We also add in the federal land managers, tribes, and local air agencies as well, and districts in California. And we have boards and technical committees and work groups that do work across all different air quality issues in the West. If you go to the next slide. Our funding comes from the states within the WESTAR membership, the 15 Western states. They set aside funding in their EPA grants that they would otherwise receive, and those funds come to WESTAR, and that's where we get our funds to do most of our work. Every once in a while, we'll have some funding directly from a state to address an issue of particular importance to a state. And we do at times have funding from other federal agencies, but the bulk of our funding comes from that state set aside within EPA grants. Sometimes EPA uses all the MJOs in the country. We're called a multi-jurisdictional organization to communicate with the states, but frequently anymore, EPA will communicate directly with the states as well. We do coordinate on, in particular, on with EPA on technical work and modeling that we're going to talk about today for ozone is a big topic of that technical work that we do. Coordinate with EPA. We work on collecting emissions inventory data, which is really important as the basis to all the modeling work that occurs. We also work on regional haze and something that's called exceptional events. And I don't know if all of you have heard some about exceptional events, but that does relate to ozone. And then we are also the lead agency for providing training to the state agencies, tribal agencies and local agencies in the West, so that the air agencies can have a well-trained workforce. If you go to the next slide, this is how the multi-jurisdictional organizations look in the country. We of course are the Westar RAP. The central states have Sensera. The Lake Area Directors Consortium is made up of those Midwestern states. The Southeastern states have their own CESARM, they call themselves, and the Northeastern states and Marama, Mid-Atlantic states and Northeastern states, working all on air quality issues, bringing their states together to sort of broaden the voice for air quality within the region. If you go to the next slide. And here's how we work with those other MJOs, mostly on coordination of training. More and more often, we are working together on air quality issues that are important across the country, where Westar will try to find the Western aspects of air quality issues and work towards advocating or coordinating states to work on those particularly Western issues. We also coordinate with other parts of the country where there's a shared interest in looking at a particular issue. And we often hold joint workshops so that folks from around the country can hear from others in other parts of the country. Sometimes an issue is just emerging in one part of the country that another part of the country has done extensive work on. So you can go to the next slide. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about ozone in the West and why the West is different. Next slide. So in the West, we see, in this picture, the high ozone day in Southern California, and that's probably what everybody thinks about when they think about high ozone. And then we have more and more frequently in the lower left corner, the high ozone day in the Western US that might be caused by wildfire, smoke being transported into an area. And then we have the third sort of instance, which is the high ozone day that might be caused by a stratospheric intrusion at a high elevation site like Gothic, Colorado. Next slide. So the sources of ozone, of course, I think you all have probably heard through your work about how ozone is formed. And in the West, of course, we have industrial sources that contribute precursors to ozone formation. We also have transport between the states. For instance, sources in California may have precursors that are transported across the West to Salt Lake City, to Denver, to Reno. And then, as I said, more and more frequently, we see wildfire smoke. And some years we see quite a bit of wildfire smoke being transported around the West, and even to the East, or Canadian wildfire smoke as well. So these are all the kinds of things that you have to think about when you start to have problems with the ozone standards, when you're going into non-attainment. And the final one that's really important for the Intermountain West is stratospheric ozone. Those times where ozone that's in the stratosphere actually comes into the troposphere, where it may reach ground level and affect ozone concentrations. And that happens a lot when you're in the mountains and closer to the stratosphere. We know stratospheric intrusions occur quite a bit, but if you're at sea level, the air up here has a much harder time getting down to where the monitors are. It can happen at sea level, stratospheric intrusion, but it happens much more often when you're at elevation. If you're at 5,000 feet or at 7,000 feet, in the mountains, we know that these instances occur. They can be what's called an exceptional event, because it is a natural event. It's caused by meteorological conditions that cause a sort of a fold in I will call it the layer between the troposphere and the stratosphere. So that's really important. And on this chart, you can see the blue arrows are the things that we can't control. For instance, international transport, the wildfire smoke impacts to ozone concentrations, stratospheric intrusions, and even lightning as well can contribute to surface ozone. So next slide. So I think I've sort of talked you through this, and there's a great little graphic courtesy of NASA, where you can see that the stratosphere and the transport of ozone from the stratosphere that can occur more, like, as I said, at higher elevations, that's more likely. And then the other background ozone sources, and we call them background because they are in the background, which is the international sources, which can't be controlled by a state, as well as the biogenic sources of ozone precursors, which are the trees and the vegetation, the wildfires, and lightning as well. So the way that we determine what background ozone is through the models. We can't see it in a monitor. We can't determine what parts of ozone that we monitor are from the background, and what are the controllable things that a region, a state might look to for controlling precursors to ozone. So we need to know what that fraction is so we can more effectively identify what needs to be controlled. And models are the only way that we can do that. And EPA does estimate what the background ozone is. And they use models to do that. So next slide. And this is some modeling from way back in 2007 from EPA that looked at the average background ozone at monitoring locations that across the US. And what I think you can take away from this is, if you look at that Intermountain West region, is that the background ozone is estimated to be much higher than it is really anywhere else in the country. And so this higher background ozone means that cities and state air agencies within that area of higher elevation, where we have higher background ozone, they have a different starting point for controlling sources. They have this larger fraction of ozone that really they can't touch. They can't control that. You can't control the wildfires. You can't control stratospheric ozone intrusions. So next slide. And this shows you a little bit more, just looking at two pairs of monitors that are relatively close by, one at higher elevation than the other. And you can see that the ozone design value, which is the ozone that's measured at these sites and is representative of the ozone in the region, for regulatory purposes, that these higher elevation sites have much higher ozone design values. And in many cases, there aren't, for instance, there aren't more industrial sources in these areas. It's just that the fact that these areas start with that higher background ozone concentration. So next slide. And this will give you an idea of what the east looks at and what the west looks at. So the top graphic is Atlanta and the bottom graphic is Canyonlands. And you can see the gray is the boundary conditions or the background that we're looking at. And the purple are the sort of the controllable. So as you can see in Atlanta, they have a lot of emissions that are controllable or impacts that are controllable, whereas Canyonlands, the purple is much smaller. So you have much less to control to get an area like Canyonlands, should it be a non-attainment area, than you do in Atlanta, where you have many more controllable sources of air pollution. So next slide. So how did we get here? Westar's been working on particularly on background ozone for a number of years, and really a lot of that interest in the West kicked off with the adoption of the 70 parts per billion ozone NAAQS in 2015. Soon after EPA adopted that National Ambient Air Quality Standard, there was a white paper that EPA wrote particularly on background ozone, and that was of very much of interest in the West. So EPA then held a workshop in Phoenix, Arizona, to bring together all stakeholders to talk about background ozone. And following that, Westar held a background ozone scientific assessment workshop in Denver. And from that workshop, there was a paper written and published describing where we are with background ozone science and where we need more research. In 2020, EPA reviewed and retained that 2015 ozone standard. It wasn't tightened, but in October 2021, EPA started reconsideration of that decision to retain the 2015 ozone standard that was made in 2020. And through that reconsideration, the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee that advises EPA on technical aspects and health impacts of the National Ambient Air Quality Standard made a recommendation, actually just in June, that the standard should really be in the range of 55 to 60 parts per billion. That was their recommendation to EPA. In the meantime, EPA was doing a lot of modeling and made some improvements that resulted in better model performance for their national ozone modeling. And the things that they did to improve the modeling and how it compared to a monitor, for instance, was that they looked at those biogenic and the lightning and the international transport estimates, and they revised those, and they did see better model performance, particularly in the West. So where we are now, EPA received the recommendation from the CASAC on the NAAQS, and the next step would be from that recommendation that the EPA administrator would make a recommendation for the revision to the NAAQS. But instead, EPA has decided to initiate a full review of the ozone NAAQS. And so that process will take several years now to play out. But in the meantime, EPA is, as I said, continuing to make some good strides towards improving model performance. The background ozone issue will become even more relevant, even more of a concern, particularly in the Intermountain West, if that ozone NAAQS is lowered in the range of 55 to 60 parts per billion. Because as we saw, background ozone in the Intermountain West kind of bumps up against a 55 or 60 part per billion standard. So next slide. This, there's really 5 ozone planning needs under the Clean Air Act, and I don't know if this is repetitive to things that you maybe just heard about the Clean Air Act, but the top is that the planning around ozone, and if an area is exceeding the NAAQS or not attaining the NAAQS, and that's a determination that's made by through a recommendation from the state and then a determination by EPA, then you head into this ozone NAAQS planning. And that's similar to what the Denver Front Range area is doing now. It requires photochemical modeling. It's not a simple thing to do. And states and local agencies can be, sort of mired in that work for years because of the way the ozone standards are constructed. In addition to that, there's something called ozone transport, and that's where the states and EPA look at how other states may be contributing to non-attainment in certain areas. So that also requires photochemical modeling. Then we have the identification of ozone exceptional events. So that would include stratospheric intrusion and wildfire smoke events, possibly prescribed fire smoke events as well. Those are a sort of a difficult analysis for the state and local air agencies to make. They don't happen all that often because EPA won't accept a demonstration from a state or local agency unless it's regulatorily significant. In other words, EPA will not accept an exceptional events demonstration unless that demonstration will change the status regulatorily of the area. Then we have the identification of international transport of ozone for what's called the Section 179B of the Clean Air Act demonstrations. Those are areas where if you didn't have international transport, the area would otherwise attain the standard. And then finally, there's the rural transport areas, which are similar. That's Section 182 of the Clean Air Act. A similar mechanism in the Clean Air Act for addressing areas not attaining the ozone standard. So next slide. And this is, just to sort of drive it home what we've been talking about. Why does background ozone matter? You look at, your first 50 to 55 parts per billion of ozone might be from international transport and wildfire and lightning, methane, biogenics, and stratospheric intrusion. And then you have a much smaller fraction to get to the current standard. That's your local ozone or maybe your transport from another state. So really, there's a large portion of ozone that might be monitored that there's nothing that the state air agency can do about. And then the state air agency knows to focus their efforts on the local ozone production and potentially the interstate transport with the help of EPA to reduce emissions from those sources. So next slide. So again, the emission sources that a state or local air agency in non-attainment can do anything with, those are the U.S. anthropogenic or man-made, and some are controllable. Some emissions will remain even after a local or state air agency implements everything that they can reasonably. So some of those emissions, as you see in this chart, can rise because of population increases. You can have all the controls that are reasonable, but if you have more people, more sources, then of course you can have a rise in air pollution as well. And then we go down to international man-made. As I said, those are not controllable by state or federal regulations. Those are places where EPA might partner or start consultation with another government. And finally, on the bottom of the chart, you see all those natural or not controllable emissions as well. So next slide. This is just an example, ozone trends at high elevation sites in the Western US. We're comparing here Crestline, which is a site near on east of Los Angeles and Denver. And you can see, Crestline over a period of time with strong air pollution controls from the LA area actually trends downward. But Denver, despite similarly reasonable restrictive air emissions control, doesn't. And so this leads us to think that there's something else at play, and that we need to know more about international and interstate transport and wildfires, stratospheric ozone, how population growth might be affecting things, oil and gas development, and then finally even seasonal variation. So next slide. This is some work that was published in the paper that was written coming out of the background ozone science workshop. And I think the takeaway here is the solid line is actually Chatfield, which is a monitor in the Denver area. And then Westar did some modeling under the Western Air Quality Study. You can see the dotted green line is the Westar estimate of what's background. And then the light gray is EPA's estimate of what's background. And so you can see even two different modeling runs. We have differences in what would be background ozone. So even starting from out of the gate, we have differences of opinion, differences of science, differences in models that make it hard to determine what exactly is background and what exactly is something that might be controlled, which is the darker gray. EPA's estimate of what might be controlled is in the darker gray in this. So this only to say that this is not a simple thing that we're dealing with here, and that we don't have all the answers yet. Next slide. So out of our background ozone science work, we came up with some strategies for improving the state of the science for modeling ozone, particularly in the Western US. We really need more monitoring data. And that means putting monitors in places where we can better discern what might be background. That's a difficult and controversial thing to do in itself, because you're never going to get to a place where you have no anthropogenic impact on a monitor. But we do have some ideas of places that we might be able to do that. We just don't have funding to do it. We need to do more modeling studies. We need to improve the models. We know that. And we need to know more about how wildfires impact ozone. We've seen through rigorous study of some wildfire events that at times wildfire smoke can affect ozone production, and then we see at other times it doesn't. So that in itself raises questions about how we can even consider wildfire smoke. And then just improving our projections of emissions is something else we need to do as well. So Westar continues to ask EPA to place the focus that EPA has placed in the East. EPA is and Congress have funded millions of dollars for ozone in the East, and the West hasn't seen that kind of attention in funding and resources. Next slide. in 2018, the Western Governors Association wrote a letter to EPA. And they covered many things about air quality, but they did talk about ozone and background ozone and the lack of tools available, and pointed out that the West needs funding for research. We really need to understand this. It's going to only become more difficult if and when the ozone standard is tightened. Next slide. So what's Westar doing right now? We have an initiative. We're working with EPA and across the country actually to improve emissions inventories. We're also working with NASA. They have what's called a Tiger team, sort of a focused research team to look at boundary conditions for photochemical modeling. And we hope that we'll see some improvements through that. There's also a new satellite that was launched by NASA called Tempo that will provide more frequent ozone satellite data for us to look at, and that may help us to determine background ozone as well. And then we think that as EPA starts to look at new NACs for ozone, that perhaps will bring more focus to background ozone and background ozone research. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about some work we've just completed at the Western Regional Air Partnership. So within Westar, we did a survey looking at oil and gas, comparing states and how what different states are doing as far as inventory and initiatives to control oil and gas. Next slide. So we did this because we have a work group that focuses on oil and gas in the West, and that work group, we want to make sure that work group's focus stays on what our membership wants it to cover. So we developed a survey to look at how is oil and gas air quality management being done in the states. What are you doing on emissions inventories, and what regulations and implementation of regulations for oil and gas are occurring in your state? Next slide. And so we had participation from 8 Western states, 2 tribes, the Southern Ute and the Navajo Nation, EPA regions 6, 8, and 9, as well as the federal land managers in the West. So next slide. Just summarizing, all states and FLMs indicate that they need to analyze basic data for the upstream and the midstream sectors of oil and gas in particular. Next, I think that should other top needs, operator surveys. Westar has been involved in a few Western-wide operator surveys to get more information about engines, equipment, and practices, more resources, and as well, states and tribes indicated a need for more training. Next. And then additional needs, states and tribes are looking at that bipartisan infrastructure law funding that's going to look at abandoned and orphaned wells and plugging those, finding those, tracking methane emissions. California's got a new initiative tracking methane in particular, but all the states were responding that they were doing a lot on inventorying oil and gas, better coordination on those inventories. And some were interested, the Fish and Wildlife Service was interested in deposition. And then as well, looking at new federal and state rules and figuring out how Western states might want to comment on proposed rules addressing oil and gas. Next slide. So the way that West Rap can provide support, everyone thought more money for regional work and contractor supported analysis, as well as places to store data where everyone can have access and collaborate on emissions inventories, training and workshops, coordinating on the modeling, the planning, the methodology, and of course, Westar is the Western region voice on air quality issues where our membership wants to coordinate. So the states all liked learning from other states and looking at what other states are focusing on was really important work of the survey. Next slide. Okay. And I've got a link to that final report for our survey. You can look at that. You will see there's a lot of detail in the survey, and Colorado, I have to say, has been probably the most active state on all of the fronts, looking at rules, the changes that have been made and are in the works to be made on Regulation 7 since 2020. There's just been a lot of activity as well as on emissions inventory and working on controls and implementation of controls. There isn't another state in the West that has been that active. A lot of the other states, though, don't have a non-attainment area adjacent to an oil and gas basin the way that the Denver Metro Front Range does. So that is a difference. But I would say that, Colorado is really a leader in the West in progress on looking at oil and gas and trying to resolve the ozone issues that occur. So lots of good work being done in the state, and I think that other states are working a lot on inventory and those kinds of things, and those are good too. But I do know that other states look to Colorado as a model for what could be in the future. Next slide. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. That's the end of my presentation, and I don't know if you all have some questions for me. I'm happy to answer what I can.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I do believe we'll probably have questions. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you. And thank you for being here and sharing this with us. I mean, I think in Colorado, we've recognized for a long time that it's complicated, right? I'm wondering what the end goal is. So if we could all agree what the background level it is, and let's assume it's high and it's maybe even close to the limits set for ozone. What's the end goal then? If we think, well, we can't actually control a lot of this, but it's a health-based standard.
Right. The health impact won't go away. But in EPA, in setting the NACs, after they set the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, they have a lot of, and I'll call it flexibility, for lack of a better word, in how they implement that standard. And if parts of the Intermountain West have a background that bumps up against a new National Ambient Air Quality Standard, it's that recognition in the implementation that maybe we're going to have to look at things in a different way.
And does that mean it will take us longer maybe to get to where we're going? We need international law to catch up, or we need other states to help cooperate, or we need some new strategies, all of the above. But I think I don't hope that you're not saying is that we should change a standard, because I mean, a health-based standard is a health-based standard.
Right. No, the health-based standard has to be set based on health data. So you have to set the standard where the impact is. what I'm saying is that you also have to think about in the implementation of that standard, if you do have a high background, that it's going to be more difficult for those areas to come into attainment. And the current structure has worked well for years, I think, for metropolitan areas. But as we learn more, and as we learn more about the health impacts, and the standard potentially is set lower and lower, we may have to divorce the sort of the regulatory part of it from the addressing the health impacts. That, you know, there will still be that need to let the public know about the health impacts. It just may be that progress is slower to getting to where the goal is. You know, very honestly, the regulatory aspect of the NACs is becoming somewhat divorced from the health part of it. I mean, we definitely need to be clear about where health impacts endanger the public. But the other side of it, you know, I think the monitor in the Denver area is still, even with all the programs rules, controls that have been adopted in this area, the monitor is still high, well above the current NACs, and a lower NACs won't change that, perhaps. So, yeah.
In follow-up to that, on slide 22, you referenced this February 12th, 2018 Western Governor's letter. And I was interested, the second sentence, Western governors have significant concerns about the lack of Clean Air Act tools available to account for ozone exceedances resulting from factors outside state control. That was in 2018.
Mhm.
Did anything happen as a result of pointing out the obvious, that the background factors are almost at our exceedance level? The states don't have an ability to go to the Clean Air Act and find tools to address these back. I mean, is that still the case? And am I summarizing what the point was correctly?
Right, you are. And I guess, yeah, there hasn't been action really since then. I mean, this is, you know, we're continuing to beat this drum. And I think as there is consideration of a new ozone NACs, that will sort of revive interest in this. But aside from the few things I talked to you about, EPA going back and trying to improve some of the modeling performance, that's a step forward. But I think really we need probably a lot more study, a lot more research to understand what we're dealing with. I mean, if the state doesn't have a firm grasp on what that smaller fraction is above the background that they control, I mean, even a part per billion or two can make a difference. And it's very hard. You know, some controls that are put into place, they might be successful and they only reduce ozone concentrations by a half part per billion. You know, many of these controls, you know, they're not like moving the needle 5 or 10 parts per billion. And when you're only looking at that very narrow band of what's controllable, it becomes really important to know what's uncontrollable. You don't want to be spinning your wheels, so to speak, putting controls on the wrong things that won't help to move you towards where you attain the standard. So.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, and thank you for presenting here today. I'm just trying to get my head around kind of the points I think you're trying to make, and so you know, as a layperson, particularly in air quality stuff, it seems like there's known precursors associated with, you know, ozone, whether that's, you know, NOx or whatever that may be, VOCs. There's known thresholds that have been developed, you know, through NACs, through you know, through modeling, through other attempts. It appears while the background levels, you know, fluctuate depending on what model you're using, depending on which year you're approaching, and you know, a lot of the data that you're presenting here is pretty old. But we have a controllable piece, and we know that we can control certain things. And so are you advocating that we control what we can control? Or are you just advocating for us to continue to look at the backgrounds and try to, you know, not do anything?
Right, no, definitely, you have to control what you can control. I think I would say more, setting the expectation. I mean, in the Intermountain West, we have a large fraction of the ozone that occurs that's not at all controllable. So you have to control what you can, of course. And I think across the West, everyone wants to make progress, whether Salt Lake City, Reno, Denver, the Four Corners region too, has high ozone concentrations as well. Definitely, you know, controlling what is controllable, but realizing that there's this whole other piece to the puzzle that we haven't done nearly the amount of analysis that we need to do to understand the piece that we can control. So
why,
I'm not-
let me ask then, why do we have to do further analysis on the background to inform what we can do for the things that we can control? Because it seems like we know what we can control. We've got a clear picture of what we control and some pretty realistic strategies on how to control that. What is it? Why does it matter what the background is?
Yeah, well, so the way that that most state and local area agencies determine what they want to control is or what will have an impact is by looking at the modeling. There's not really another way that you can figure that out. And many things in the background have such uncertainty. As I mentioned, like EPA made some changes to lightning and to international transport and got good improvements in the modeling. You could sort of throw the whole kitchen sink at the problem if you had unlimited resources and control everything. And that would be, in a perfect world, that would be okay. But we don't have unlimited resources, and so we have to, you know, in most cases, be sort of strategic. And the way that you do that is by controlling you have your model of how your area works, and then you put controls on things, and you're sort of pulling levers, trying to see which is the lever that can help my problem. If we don't have a good idea of what is uncontrollable, then it becomes even harder to discern whether we're making good choices, pulling the right levers for the controllable.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But I don't think that Colorado in and of itself can do the kind of, you know, all by yourselves, do the research that needs to be done. This is definitely a Western wide issue. It's not one state could go and figure this out. We need like a dedicated program. We need EPA to do the same thing that they did in the East, starting in the 1990s, that has resulted in, by the way, great progress on ozone concentrations in the East. That They formed an ozone transport commission. They funded it. It received millions of dollars every year to do work on analyzing ozone. Similar thing needs to be done in the West, and the West has just never received that attention. So.
Okay, thanks.
Others with questions? I don't see other questions. Thank you so much. We
Thank
really
you.
do appreciate you being with us and for providing this information. And are you available if we have other questions as we come up for us to contact you
Oh, sure.
again?
Yeah.
I think we're moving into a cumulative impacts rulemaking that has not been started yet, but we're having informational sessions and a lot of this information comes up, and I think your background could be helpful to us at times.
Sure. Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we are done, I think, with the morning edition. Ms. Larson, the next item is presentation on NOx and other modeling matters. Are we taking that up now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we would be hearing from our CDPHE representative. And if he is in the meeting, I do believe he requested to present at 11:30, which it is right now.
Oh. How about that timing? Let's see if we can get
Sergio Guerra.
Sergio Guerra to the fore.
Hi, I'm already here, so I can get started.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for being with us. We look forward to hearing from you.
Absolutely. Give me just one moment. So I'll start sharing my screen. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me over again. My name is Sergio Guerra, Deputy Director of Stationary Sources. Basically, all the permitting that happens at CDPHE related to air quality. The reason I wanted to come back, and I thank you for the invitation, is that I wanted to make sure that as we go through this process, that we know what we're doing already so that we can maybe complement and strengthen some of the things that are already underway. And also so that we can find areas where maybe we can complement efforts as we're going through this rulemaking process for cumulative impacts. So the three main categories that I have here are like dispersion modeling, photochemical and regional modeling, and then what efforts we're doing on greenhouse gases. And to start with dispersion modeling, we kind of ramped up our dispersion modeling. That's something that I presented last time. We used to do just maybe a handful of modeling reports a year. Now we're like, I think we're up to like 60 or 70 like that we did just on this year. But as part of our regulations, what we had to do is make sure that every permit that we issue is in compliance with the national ambient air quality standards. So as we discussed previously, these are standards that are set by EPA based on epidemiological studies to make sure that we protect the regular population, but also like sensitive groups. So every permit that we issue has to abide by that according to our state implementation plan. And then Colorado is pretty unique in the sense that we do have a guideline that has been in place for quite some time, and we've been updating it regularly. So the latest version is shown on the screen. It can be found on the internet, and the link, this would be a clickable link. But one unique part of our guidance is that we do have some modeling thresholds. We did a lot of dispersion modeling. Well, not we, but it was done like many, many years before I started to identify which were the situations, which were the cases that gave us pause as it comes to NAAQS compliance. So everything we do about dispersion modeling is based, it starts with this table, which basically gives us some thresholds. So based on that model that was done, we have identified thresholds that we consider to be de minimis, where the likelihood of an exceedance of the NAAQS is pretty low. So we have it on long term, and we also have them on short term. The most relevant, I guess, as we're talking about oil and gas facilities, is nitrogen oxides, specifically NO2. And we have two different short-term thresholds. One of them is 2.28 pounds per hour, which is already pretty low. To be truthful, I don't know any other state in the country that has anything even similar to this. A lot of states use the 40 ton per year threshold. And we have an additional protection for communities that are considered disproportionately impacted. And we also have an additional protection that happens for non-attainment areas, which is the 1.14 pound per hour. So basically, like, we're doing much more modeling in DI communities and also in areas of non-attainment. And this is all based on this table. I'll just spend a little bit of time here, but our process is already pretty robust and pretty involved. And it takes a lot of people. I think we have like 6-7 people just doing dispersion modeling, and we have a pretty long list of backlog that we're working through. So putting this together kind of is something that we've been able to do thanks to the support we've gotten from the legislature. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to make this work. But everything starts with the Form 114, which we discussed last time. At the very front of the process, we say, do you need to do modeling, yes or no? So then if the answer is yes, then the source has to complete the modeling. Our modeling team has to review it. If it's approved, it can go on to the permit engineer. If it's not approved, it goes back. The source has to kind of figure out another way to make it work. And a lot of sources get caught on that loop. Basically, like they might need to kind of raise stacks, find emission controls, maybe find Tier 4 engines, figure out a solution that makes the modeling work. The dispersion model is very, very conservative, right? And then once that is resolved, then it can go to the engineer who will complete the permit and the preliminary analysis, which is where we document and justify all of our type of analysis. And then depending on the emissions, like it could require public notice or not, and it kind of leads to a issuance of a permit. So again, we have a pretty large division, that takes care of all of this. It takes a lot of people, from the intake to the processing, to the review of the modeling, review of the permit, and then to the issuance of the permit itself. And I wanted to get into a little bit of detail on the regulatory model. For near field, which is less than 50 kilometers, the preferred model by EPA is ERMOD. And this is a steady state plume model, basically very robust in the sense that it allows us to model different types of sources, like sources that come out of a stack, sources that might be like more like a lagoon or what we call an area source, even roads, like we can model them as volume sources or area sources. So it's a pretty dynamic model, and it's been made more robust by adding new features to it. And it's something that is being updated on a regular basis by the EPA. It's based on the Gaussian distribution. So basically like pollutants disperse, like they're more concentrated in the middle. And as you get to the sides, it kind of reduces in emissions, So the crux or the basis of the model is based on this, the sigma V and sigma Z, which are the horizontal and vertical dispersion characteristics. So in this case, you have a stack, and then the stack basically has a plume. The wind is coming towards the right, and that's making basically that plume disperse. And as that plume disperses, like at some point, it's going to touch the ground, and it's going to have an impact on those receptors at the ground level. Just wanted to kind of put a little bit of an example of how this works. You have a stack with a certain velocity, temperature, and then depending on the wind speed, based on the meteorology, you would have different characteristics of the stack. So what we would expect with 1 meter per second, like a low wind, that stack can basically go up into the atmosphere higher, so it would be dispersing less, affecting the ground less. When we have like higher wind speeds, like 8 meters per second, you have that plume that is basically bent a little bit closer to the ground. And the reason I wanted to show a little bit of this is because there's a lot of information that goes into dispersion modeling, and it does require like very specific inputs. This is a simplification of a lot of what happens, but we need the meteorological data. We need terrain data. So the location of the site is extremely important, because if you have a terrain that is of higher elevation, that's going to reduce your separation distance from your stack to that receptor, which is going to make you have higher concentrations, right? So even a few feet, 100 feet, can make a huge difference. As it comes to operating parameters, not all Tier 4 engines are made the same. right? They have a specific threshold they had to meet, but they had different stack heights, stack diameters, stack temperatures, velocities. And those are very important inputs that go into the model to make sure that we have a demonstration that is adequate and that is defensible. And we also have building geometry. So if there are any tanks close to some of the main emission sources, that's going to create a downwash effect that is going to basically pull that plume into the ground and create a cavity region that is simulated in the model and will give you a higher concentration. So here, as it comes to the input parameters, it's very important for us to know the location and not just the general location, but we need to know where like each one of the different emission sources is going to be. Where's the flare, where are the engines, where are the ECDs, how is that in relation to the fence line? In this figure that I have on the right, it's a isoplet showing dispersion modeling analysis. And this one's for annual NO2. It shows that the highest concentration was 13.8 micrograms per meter cube. And just for reference, the max is about 100. It is 100 micrograms per meter cube. So, but here you can see that if that fence line was different, if they had more land and they could encompass that 13.8 could become, I don't know, between 5 and 8, something like 7 micrograms per meter cube. So again, the point I'm trying to make here is that this is something that the division at CDPHE already does. We take a lot of effort, and we have a lot of very dedicated staff that looks at every single detail that goes into a model and demonstration. And we make sure that we understand where's the fence line, what are the stack characteristics, and make sure that what demonstration is shown by the model is something that is defensible and technically sound. And again, if we wouldn't be able to do something like this if we didn't have all those aspects of it. So as we're thinking about cumulative impacts and maybe adding more modeling requirements at an earlier stage, I don't think it would make sense to do that since we're already doing that at the division. And I see it as like a stopgap measure, like if the drilling is approved by the ECMC, that doesn't mean that source will go ahead and construct, because they still have to go through a process. They still have to make sure that they can prove to us and can prove via modeling or other means that their project is not going to be detrimental to air quality. And I should mention that as there are questions, I mean, feel free to stop me. I'm just kind of going through things and just trying to share a little bit of what we're doing. Another aspect that has come to our attention is that air toxics is something that is being talked about also. And as we're talking about dispersion modeling for air toxics, we're already doing that. We've started as of July 15 of this year with the Regulation 3 updates. And based on these updates, BTEX, benzene toluene, ethyl benzene, and xylenes are subject to the dispersion modeling requirements. And this is specifically for communities that are identified as cumulatively CICs, cumulatively impacted communities. And here I put the thresholds that we look at, so any new source of 5 tons per year of any combination of BTEX or 2 tons per year of any individual one would be subject to this requirement. And also for existing sources, anything above 1 ton per year of any individual BTEX would also trigger this dispersion modeling. And again, this is a new process that we have, and we have enshrined some type of guidance in this document that is linked here. Another thing that is pretty significant is House Bill 22-1244, which basically directs the department, the Air Pollution Control Division, to build from the ground up a new air toxics program. So this is pretty significant. Not all regulatory agencies have this requirement, but we do have it, and it's not something that is very simple. There are hundreds of air toxics that we know of. They have different toxicities. There's not an axe for them. Basically, I mentioned for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, we have a specific threshold that tells us what we need to achieve to have minimize the risk of health concerns. for air toxics, it's very difficult, because we have so many of them, and there's different research that is constantly being done and being updated, and basically, it's a very fluid process, right? So we have started that process. The idea is that we will prioritize, obviously, sensitive and vulnerable groups, and also DI communities through this process. And then the intent of this House bill is to make sure that we reduce the exposure of these air toxics for the population of all the people in Colorado. This is not a simple process. What we're doing right now is we're looking at many states that have air toxics programs, and we're basically trying to glean from them what is the best way to build ours. How can we make sure that we learn from what other states have done, and how can we make sure that we have the most protective program that works for Colorado, right? Because every location is different. The makeup of industry is different in different states. So we're going through that process right now. By January of next year, the idea is that we'll have up to 5 priority pollutants, and then there'll be some health-based standards that will have to be approved by the Air Quality Control Commission. And then on September 2025, there'll be a permitting needs assessment. So basically, we'll start to basically figure out how we're going to put these requirements into the air permits. And then April 2026, the control regulations will be developed for the initial priority pollutants for new and existing sources. And again, in this case, these can be more stringent than the current federal rules, like the NESHAP rules, which is the new the hazardous air pollutant rules that EPA has for different types of industries. And February 2029, there's a first revision. So at that point, we'll be able to see how things are working, see what adjustments need to be made. And then September 2030 is when we can start to revise and potentially add many more air toxics. So again, the process is underway. We have a new program that is in the APCD that is looking at air toxics. And it's something that, again, is not something simple, it's something that is definitely going to take a lot of effort, but it's something that is already underway. And one comment that I'll make on air toxics is that for modeling air toxics, you also need the same things you need for the criteria pollutants I showed earlier. You need to know the exact location, you need to know the exact stack parameters so that you can have a meaningful demonstration. Like you move like the location a little bit and you have a much different result. So again, I think that the proper place to do that type of analysis is when it comes to us, once like those details are already known. And then obviously big concern for all of us is ozone and secondary formation of particulate matter, 2.5 micrograms or smaller. And in permitting, we're addressing that with a 2-tier approach that EPA developed in Appendix W. Appendix W is the guideline on air quality models. It's basically a document that EPA has to tell us how to do dispersion modeling. So in that document, EPA kind of put this 2-tier approach. Tier 1 is a screening approach where you use existing information, existing photochemical modeling to determine what is the contribution of certain precursors of ozone to ozone formation. And then Tier 2 is basically photochemical modeling, which is much more sophisticated, much more complex. And for virtually, I would say more than 90% of the cases, we're able to address all sources with that Tier 1 approach. And in Colorado, we have a lot of sources. This map that I'm showing here on the right is showing all these hypothetical sources that EPA already modeled with photochemical modeling. And again, here we're looking at complicated modeling that is looking at biogenic sources. It's looking at the national emission inventory. It's looking at different wind patterns, different kind of like sources of air pollution and their interaction throughout the different grid cells that are in the model. So this is kind of what we used, and again, the link there is for the MERPs is included. And one thing I mentioned, the most conservative MERPs is 235 tons per year of NOx. That would create enough ozone to be above the significance level. And as it comes to VOCs, we're talking about 2,221 tons per year. Now, this photochemical modeling is also done for regional purposes. And again, ozone is a regional issue. I was able to catch a little bit of the presentation from RAP earlier today. And I think that point was very clear, right? Like we're looking at sources that are sometimes stratospheric intrusion, sometimes they're coming from forest fires, from biogenic sources, from, I don't know, like from Asia, from different industrial sources. So how do we make sense out of all of that? You know, so again, EPA didn't think that it was appropriate to do photochemical modeling for individual sources, but photochemical modeling can be very useful for regional type of approaches. What happens if we determine a reduction of X amount on this precursor? How would that look like? You know, that it kind of basically helps us to identify policies and strategies to mitigate ozone formation. This process is done already by the Regional Air Quality Council with funding from the CDPHE. And then the model that is used is the Comprehensive Air Quality Model with extensions. It's a very sophisticated model. I mentioned it before, but whereas for dispersion modeling can be done in a regular laptop computer, this is something that requires a lot more power, a lot more hardware that is sophisticated so that it can manage those very long runs, because the level of calculations is much more complicated. You know, what I'm showing here, for example, is that you have to do a grid cell that is kind of coarse at the end. Then as you get in closer to your area, you get into a finer grid cell. But basically all those grid cells have to interact with each other, right? So we're capturing what's coming from Mexico, what's coming from Canada, what's coming from the other states. And then we're kind of like synthesizing that into like a grid cell of about 4 kilometers in Colorado, so that we can make sense of what the ozone formation characteristics are like. And then one thing that helps us with this type of regional models is that we can look, as I said, at different policies. We can see how sensitive certain pollutants are. You know, so maybe we would need not a 10% reduction, but a 30% reduction to obtain something meaningful. You know, so the model helps us kind of evaluate kind of those sensitivities of the model. And also it helps us look at different things. You know, what happens if we have mobile sources that are electric? You know, like what if maybe 10% of the fleet is electric, or 50%? You know, what difference does it make? Does it move the needle significantly or not? And obviously the goal here is to achieve compliance. You know, so basically we look at different strategies, and then we implement those strategies and we submit those to EPA so that they can review and approve our state implementation plan. That is kind of the ultimate goal. But through this process, CDPHE and the RAC coordinate regular meetings that are open to the public and interested stakeholders, where we can evaluate different scenarios or different strategies. And there is a governor directive to reduce NOx emissions by 30%. I think it's by 2025 actually, so this might be a little bit off. But this is one of the scenarios that we did. You know, what happens if we reduce 30% of the NOx emissions coming from oil and gas facilities? And what you see on the table there is that the sensitivity is different. You know, and there's basically a range. You know, a minimum benefit and a maximum benefit. In most of the cases, you do see a reduction of ozone. In the case of NREL, like you might see a little bit of an increase, you know. So these are not linear relationships, as I mentioned. There are a lot of different characteristics, a lot of different calculations and interactions that are happening in the model to kind of help us understand this better. But this is something that could be done, you know, if the ECMC had a specific type of approach, you know, it could be brought up to the RAC, to CDPHE, and we could basically work together on kind of some sensitivity runs. The reason is that I suggest that we go this route is also because it's very expensive to do photochemical modeling. My understanding is that to set up the model is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So obviously it's not something that we could ask for an individual producer, but again, we're looking at a regional scale. So I think that since we already have a framework in place, this is something that we could definitely work together on, so that we can identify policy strategies that would be useful so that we can make sure we minimize this precursor formation of ozone. I just want to make a note on PM 2.5. EPA is revising the NACs right now for this pollutant. The proposal that EPA made public says that they will not, they're not planning to update the daily PM 2.5 average, but that they're looking at updating the annual PM 2.5 NACs. What they're saying is that it's going to be, right now it's 12 micrograms per meter cube. The revision is going to be between 9 and 10. So in some documentation that they provided, they were looking at that 2019 to 2021 design years. And there Denver was obviously above those at 10.2 and Well was at 9.5. Now the good news is that the latest 3-year averages that we have are looking a lot better. So we're seeing a decreasing trend. So 2020 to 2022, we have 9.3, which is still above 9. So if the NACs was set at that could still be an unattainment area. Or Well County is already at 8.8 on that average, 3-year average. But then on 2021 to 2023, which we're not completely done with, but the likelihood of having significant PM 2.5 emissions maybe is decreasing, and we have maybe eight weeks to go. But just to give you an idea, we have 8.7 for Denver and 8.1 for Weld. So it looks like PM 2.5, depending on what average EPA uses, they can use the different 3-year averages. It looks like if they use the 2021 to 2023, we might not have a non-attainment area for PM 2.5. And again, we don't know what's going to happen next year. So next year, if EPA decides to use 2022 to 2024, that might be a different story. But I just wanted to mention that what we're seeing right now is a decrease in PM 2.5 concentration, a decreasing trend. That if it continues, it will basically avoid any non-attainment areas for that pollutant. I'm not going to talk much about regional haze because I think the RAP already did that very succinctly. But this is another regional type of effort. And it's something that is already being worked on. So basically, if we want to be part of that process, there are opportunities to do that. We don't have to reinvent the wheel in that sense. And then for greenhouse gases, that's another important element that is also very important for us. There's a lot of work that is happening, and a lot of this work is also happening in conjunction with you all at the ECMC. So there's the aerial campaigns, and since 2021, there have been significant events to basically evaluate what's happening in the different production areas. So we've identified leaks of equipment, we've notified the owners, and they made sure that they address the leaks and make sure that they minimize the different impacts. There's also an apportioned various contributors, so we have been able to identify or get a better understanding, I guess, of where the greenhouse gases are coming from. And obviously, I mentioned it previously, there's not a silver bullet. It'd be nice if there was a silver bullet, or like Ms. Al had showed earlier, in Atlanta, if you target industry, you get a significant reduction of ozone, but in the Mountain West region, we don't have that because the background is so high and the industrial contribution is relatively small to that. So again, this kind of helps us look at things a little bit better. In this case, we're talking greenhouse gases, but we have a lot of interest on understanding greenhouse gases, and obviously the legislature has seen a lot of value on all this work, and they have funded additional work, with $7 million that were appropriated for that purpose. And then also CSU is working on developing Colorado-specific greenhouse gas emission factors. As you know, many of these emission factors are basically generic, they can be used throughout the country. But it may be that in Colorado we have specific situations that will give us a better understanding of what are the actual emissions based on that study that is being done. And then there's also the greenhouse gas intensity rule. that will further limit greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas sector. And there have been significant rulemakings through the Air Quality Control Commission, also through the ECMC, where there have been reductions of natural gas powered pneumatic devices, restrictions on routine venting and flaring. You know, now we're saying like if you're gonna build something, you need to have like a way to use that gas in a beneficial way. And we're also having to look at enclosed combustion devices, looking at their efficiency, verify the requirements, make sure that they're working properly. So anyway, so there's a lot of going on. We don't know specifically what the benefit is yet, because a lot of this happens after the fact, right? There's a 6-month delay to give us the information for the previous year, but all of this is being collected in the oil and natural gas annual emission inventory report. And along with that, we recognize that it's not only oil and gas, you know, so we're also working on the clean car standards and advanced clean trucks, and figure out ways that we can reduce not only ozone, but also greenhouse gases, and they have co-benefits. And then one comment on the Form 2B is that the information on the Form 2B is sometimes not specific to the time frame. So someone can supply a Form 2B, but this is not, that Form 2B does not have like any kind of daily emission limits or information. So basically pre-production activities can have extreme variability from day to day, and compared 2B emissions to a daily budget is not really something that we find it feasible. And then the forms are not tied to a specific year, right? Like someone could file it and then do the construction right away. Someone could file it and just spot the well and then wait a few years to kind of like actually do the completion. So that's kind of one area where I think there's a little bit of uncertainty. Perhaps that would be a good place where we could look at some specificity, you know, so we know when are these emissions happening, like, and then basically we can see what strategies we can have to address them, whether they're happening at the ozone season or whether they're happening outside of that. That would be all useful information that at the moment I don't think we have. And then I wanted to mention the consultation process. This is stipulated by the Senate Bill 19-181 and also by the ECMC rules. But this is a process that, in my opinion, has been very useful and very successful, because we've been able to be part of that process and get some voluntary commitments that we wouldn't be able to get through regulation. So through that process, like I think we've had 20 consultations, 19 were in the also non-attainment area. That's obviously our main concern. 13 have RBUs within 2,000 feet, and 14 of those are in DI communities. So this process is very important because you probably have seen this already, you know, but this report and evaluation shows that in the front range, if we're looking at NOx sources, a lot of the emissions, or virtually all of the emissions, come from non-road internal combustion engines. As we look at VOC sources, also in the front range, the vast majority of it comes also from non-road combustion engines. So we don't need to model like, I guess, pre-production activities. We know where the main emissions are coming from. And through this voluntary consultation process, we can address them in a very effective way. And so basically what we're putting here is that there have been a lot of things that have happened through that, you know, like non-emitting pneumatics, grid electric power drills when it's available, low emission engines. You know, sometimes we can negotiate or get voluntary commitments to use Tier 4 engines that would have lower emissions for NOx and other pollutants. Tankless facilities, I think that has reduced VOC emissions significantly. And then obviously pipelines instead of trucking, so we can minimize traffic, low aromatic drilling fluids, and reduction of operations and forecasted high ozone days. So I think that this is a very useful process that can give us the opportunity to do things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And as a means of summary, I just wanted to reiterate some of the points, right? We have a pretty robust, in my opinion, we have the most robust and most protective air dispersion program in the country right now. We've gone through significant updates in our program. and we're also incorporating air toxics into it. So that is a program that we have very well understood, and that the EPA recognizes as a as a leader as it comes to regulating air quality. And then as it comes to photochemical modeling, I mentioned it is very expensive. It's not something simple. There are a lot of complexities. Even if it was done, like even reviewing it, you need to have the right skill set and the right expertise. And obviously this is a model that the photochemical models were created to look at regional trends, right? So we're talking about 4-kilometer resolution. That's the finest resolution that we usually use for this type of models, because obviously otherwise we would be running the models for months or years. So anyway, the suggestion here is that APCD doesn't recommend that these photochemical modeling tools be used on an individual basis for individual source. You wouldn't see the needle moving at all. Again, like it's better to look at, well, what policies can we implement that will affect a specific reduction that will then be beneficial as it comes to less ozone formation. And obviously, as always, I think the strength we have is in collaboration. So as new ideas, new thoughts come to mind, we're always open to listening to them. And if there's specific sensitivity runs that would be useful to be run, that's something that we're definitely in favor of. And I guess one of the main topics here is that we do not need to duplicate efforts as it comes to dispersion modeling or photochemical modeling or regional modeling of haze or anything like that. I think we can build on the strengths that we have and then find areas to collaborate or to better inform each other, since like we're doing the same, well, we're doing the work of improving air quality, but in different ways, right? So we obviously value a lot the partnership we have with the ECMC. We hope to continue that partnership so we can continue to tackle these difficult problems that lay ahead. And I think that's all I had. So I'll open it up for questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the thorough report. I know this was an extensive amount of work to be able to get all this done and presented to us, but it is very much appreciated by at least this commissioner and probably all 5 of us. And I think probably the state owes you a debt of gratitude for the great work you've done here to help inform the deliberations that are going to take place this afternoon. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, sorry, I was taking notes, Mr. Guerra, as we were talking, so bear with me here. For the slide where you have the decision tree about when you decide if something has to get modeled, at what point in the process for an OG, an oil and gas operator, do they have to submit to you this information and get the permit? I've heard from some stakeholders that they don't need the permit before they start drilling. They can start drilling without the permit. Is that true? And could you talk a little bit, if it is the case, why that's okay?
Right. Yes. Thanks for the question. And to make a comment, yeah, this presentation took a lot of effort, but I don't take credit for it myself. Like we have a lot of people that were part of it as well, and we're all interested in basically making sure that we share some of what's happening, and we make sure that we share the information in the best way possible. Yeah, so this process, like we do not permit pre-production activities. I guess that's maybe the core of the question. What CDPHE is tasked with doing based on regulation is in modeling the production activity. So once the well is drilled, you have your engines, you have your flares, you have your ECDs, all the equipment. That's what we permit, and we permit it on a potential to emit basis, which means that we assume it running 24/7 at 100% load all of the time. So that's what we're kind of tasked with doing. That's what we've been doing on a regular basis. As we're talking about pre-production activities like drilling or kind of completion type of activities, those are one-time activities, so they don't fit into the framework that we have as it comes to modeling things on a potential to emit basis, right? My understanding is that the drilling happens, but then the drill may be moved like to another site for a little bit and then comes back. So it's you don't have an emission source that is constantly emitting pollutants. So it's not something that we've done in the past. It's not something that that we look at, but we feel that through the consultation process is how we can best address those emissions that happen before the production time. That is the time that we modeled and that we permit those sources. And my understanding, another comment there is that this is something that the Ninth Court of Appeals did mention, that they recognize now that some of these non-road emissions are not something that are normally part of this process. So again, we know that they're an issue, or in some cases, and I think that through the consultation process we can try to get voluntary commitments to reduce them. And so far, I think the consultation process has been quite fruitful.
Thank you. So to build on that conversation, I've been pondering a lot the discussion with some of our stakeholders in our public comment hearing about how useful modeling pre-productions could be for our decision-making process, or not informative. And I think if I'm understanding correctly, the modeling for pre-productions probably is going to tell us what we already know, because we've been collecting that information, especially as ECMC estimated emissions from what activities and from what types of equipment. And so would the modeling tell us, though, if pre-production activities would continue to cause us issues of NOx, non-attainment issues, or would modeling for that short term not really inform what's happening for NOx attainment? I'm trying to understand why our stakeholders think that it would be so important, what it could or couldn't tell us as it relates to NOx and attainment or non-attainment, versus us just starting to tackle where we know the emissions are coming from and from what activities, and trying to kind of strategically get at those emissions.
Yes, no, that's a good question. So the first clarification is that NOx, the state of Colorado is in compliance with nitrogen dioxide, right, which is the regulated pollutant NO2. But then as it comes to ozone, NOx is part of the formation, so that's why NOx is addressed. But I agree. We already know that these NOx emissions, in this chart on the top left, not only on the Front Range but throughout the state, they are by and large the main contributors to NOx emissions. As it comes to modeling, that if we're talking about dispersion modeling, we could model those emissions, but again, the answer is not going to be very reliable. It's a difficult concept, because these drills or these non-road engines are not in operation all the time at 100% load. No, that's what we do in the production side once we permit those emissions. So we would have to kind of figure out how to acknowledge the intermittency of those emissions, how to account that they're going to move. In some cases, they might be emitting for maybe intermittently for a couple of months or maybe 6 months. So it would be, in my opinion, very complicated to account them in the modeling. But whether we figure out a way to do it or not, I think we're going to get to the same conclusion, that those emissions are of concern, so we need to address them in some way. And in some cases, if there's electrification, we can get voluntary commitments to electrify those. In other cases, that might not be an option, so we can look at getting voluntary commitments for Tier 4 type engines that would reduce NOx significantly. Now, if we're talking about photochemical modeling, that's something that could potentially be addressed, but as we're talking about moving the needle, I don't know that you would move the needle much, because again, this would be emissions that happen just at the beginning and then they don't happen again. So it'll be complicated to kind of figure out this intermittency and these one-time emissions into a modeling framework that is more based on potential to emit, or something that is more continuous in nature than these emissions.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I think I'm not maybe understanding where you are with, I think I heard you say that you're already modeling HAPs, but that there's state legislation that also requires you to do air toxics regulation, and oversight. So are those two related, and one kind of helps and supports the other? Because if you're already doing HAPs dispersion modeling, which I think some of our stakeholders maybe didn't understand because they wanted us to start doing that. I was kind of thinking maybe that was premature because you all were working on figuring out which priority air pollutants to model for. So I think I'm not understanding that you are modeling already, but you're also figuring out which pollutants to model for. So could you explain the difference to me, please?
Yes, absolutely. And again, this is a great question. There are two parallel efforts that are happening. So in the May updates to Regulation 3, basically addressing disproportionately impacted communities, there is this requirement that sources that are located, not only oil and gas, but any type of source located in a cumulatively impacted community, CIC, triggers this dispersion modeling requirement specifically for BTEX. So again, a few things had to happen. Now, one of them, like the source has to be in a CI community, and then you have to meet the thresholds, like the ones I have on this slide. So that is something that is already effective as of July 15 of this year. So maybe that's something that maybe the commenters did not know, because it's relatively a new requirement. However, at the same time, we're also looking at House Bill 1244, which talks about a more comprehensive air toxics program. In this, the previous one is specific for DI communities, not a subset of those, which are the CICs. But House Bill 22-1244 looks at a statewide program. So both of these things are happening in parallel. And yeah, as it comes to like the air toxics program for the state, we're right now trying to identify which are the priority air toxics that we need to concentrate on. And as I showed, I think on the next slide, like there's a process to go through the identification of which air toxics we're going to focus on, what health threshold standards we're going to have, because this is going to be something kind of sort of unique. Most of these thresholds are usually on guidance, but we're going to have them actually on regulation, which is much more difficult to change. Like if there's a new update, it has to be addressed through regulation change. But anyway, this is a multi-year process that basically by 2029 is when we'll have a first revision, and April 2026 is where we'll have some requirements that will go into the permits of all stationary sources in the state. So basically there are two efforts that are separate, but obviously we're trying to make sure that they complement each other.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, so I know I asked about these MERP rates last time. I have another question, and this was also based on a question I got from a stakeholder. They're under the impression that these ozone MERP rates are set for attainment areas, not non-attainment, and that these numbers should be lower for non-attainment areas. Could you address that?
Absolutely. Yes, these MERPs, they don't basically, like what they did is they did photochemical modeling. So they looked at the national emission inventory, they looked at the source characteristics, they looked at the biogenic emissions, and they ran the model for these particular sources. What this tells us is that, and I guess this one would be a better indication. The MERPS is the value that crosses or exceeds significance. So it's at the minimus level. So you can use the minimus levels in non-attainment areas, and that is the idea here. That if you have, let's say that it's a source that only emits NOx. So if you have less than 235 tons per year of NOx, then that source is not going to be significant. It's going to be at the minimum source. So whether you're in attainment or non-attainment, it still be a source that would not move the needle either way. So I think so the MERPs are not meant just for attainment areas. They're used pretty widely in attainment and non-attainment areas. And I guess the first step is see, is this project or source significant? If it is significant, then you get into the next step, where you need to look at the background level of ozone, and then you need to add the contribution from this source. Like these 235 microns would create X amount of ozone. You would add it together, and then you would compare it to the 8-hour standard of ozone. So to answer your question, like these are throughout the country, they're used for attainment and non-attainment areas. And most of the cases, like for minor sources, you're going to have sources that are below it. So they're going to be considered de minimis.
Thank you. And then my last question for now, could you remind me what the largest sources of PM 2.5 are? I haven't talked about that issue for a long time.
Well, I know it's not oil and gas because the combustion equipment doesn't have large PM 2.5. Well, a lot of combustion, like from cars, has some PM 2.5. Something like we're talking about the monitors. You know, the monitors. I think the presentation from RAP identified that the monitor is just measuring things. You know, but forest fires, for example, like are heavy contributor of PM 2.5. I think power plants. We don't have a lot left in the state, you know, but they would have some contribution as well. I just don't know the specific source category that would be the main contributor to PM 2.5. But again, like
Sure, you weren't adding another issue for us, Sergio.
yeah, no, and I think I tried to add it here. You know that it's looking very promising right now. You know, so EPA said that you're going to use 2021 to 2024. So far, we kind of have a down and a decrease in that. So if it continues, I don't think we'll have to deal with non-attainment for PM 2.5.
Thank you.
No, thank you
Great
for your
questions.
time.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Commissioner Messner has questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you being here, Sergio. Super helpful information as always, although I'm going to have quite a few questions. So
That's fine.
So I wonder, just initially, can you talk me through a little bit the minor source modeling guidelines? I mean, I don't need to read the whole thing right now, but what does that mean for minor source modeling guidelines? And are you doing that on individual point source emissions? Are you doing it including pre-production? Is there any aggregation that's associated with that?
Right. Yeah, so the modeling guidelines really start with this table. So if there's an emission source and a project, you know, so let's say you have 3 engines and an ECD, you know, so you would add like the emissions on an hourly basis. So if you're in an attainment area for NOx, if you're less than 2.28 pounds per hour, then we can, I mean, after looking at everything else, we could potentially justify like, well, this source is not one that needs to have an additional requirement of dispersion modeling to prove that it's not going to affect the next. And that's
but let me stop you there just 1 second, because I mean, I understand this table. When we look at this table, are we looking at one piece of equipment on a well pad? Are we looking at an aggregated set of equipment on the well pad? And is it taking into any consideration for pre-production non-road engines?
Right. It does, it includes everything in the project. So if the application is for 3 engines and 1 ECD, we have all of those together. If it's only 1 engine, then it'll be just 1 engine. So that's the first part. On the second part, we do not include pre-production activities in our analysis because of what I mentioned, you know, that those are one-time emissions. What we permit is potential to emit. So we have a source and we assume that it's at 100% load, 84, basically 84, 24/7, you know, like all the time. So which is the most conservative approach. And as I said, like we do not have the authority to model or to address mobile sources. So that's not part of this analysis. And that's why I kind of suggest that a better approach is to deal with those one-time emissions through the consultation process.
Okay, and maybe associated with this too, can you help me understand why there's a prohibition on aggregation associated with Reg 3? Because I guess I don't fully understand what the intent there was, and maybe you can help me with that.
Okay, aggregation is, I guess, could you define what you mean by aggregation?
Well, I'm reading Reg 3, that at least an excerpt from it that says emissions from any oil and gas exploration or production well with its associated equipment and emissions from any pipeline, compressor, or pump station shall not be aggregated with emissions from other similar units, whether or not such units are in a contiguous area or under common control, to determine whether such units and stations are major sources. And in the case of any oil and gas exploration or production well, such emissions shall not be aggregated for any purpose under this provision. So I'm trying to just understand why that is, and how that interplays with any kind of analysis or review of OGDPs that may come from ECMC in a consultation process.
Right. Let me see if I can find the. I think basically aggregation is a very complex type of issue that that we deal with. Basically, like if you have a big project, or you cut into small projects, you need to aggregate it. So you cannot like construct, like, let's say, half of your facility 1 month and the half the other month, just so that they don't trigger these thresholds. So that's the concept of aggregation. But I think that the one that you're referring to is specific to what do you do when you have sources that have some type of link between each other. Do you need to keep them all together? So basically, like, if you say, well, you're gonna include in your permitting process the gathering station, the compressor station, and then like basically you have one huge source that would include like the whole state, right? So that aggregation text that you're reading basically says that in certain cases you do not aggregate those sources because it would not make sense to do it that way. So again, I don't have it here in front of me.
Well, let me go just a little, maybe more specific. So as you're reviewing OGDPs, or could review OGDPs, which could include one site, it could include 3 sites, it can include, a separate associated production facility. It could certainly include compressors associated with, 3-phase takeaway. These are all part of an application. And so how are those getting reviewed? Are they being aggregated as they're getting reviewed and analyzing either, air toxics or VOCs or NOx or whatever in your review? Because I'm trying to understand current state, what level of review is occurring as we start to talk about ways to perhaps improve our consultation between one another and better marry our processes.
Yes, no, thanks for that. Well, the first clarification is that we do not model like OGDPs. We model specific facilities, so basically like in this case, we would model this well pad. And then basically we would look at everything on a pollutant by pollutant basis. So like I mentioned right now, we would look at NOx, we would look at PM 2.5, carbon monoxide, PM10 as well. And then all of those are looked at individually, and then we make sure that they meet the thresholds that EPA has set forth. So that is something that is basically standard practice for the last 20, 30 years. So once this permit application comes in, we would say, okay, this has like, 6 engines of these characteristics, these are the emissions. So we would add them all up, and then we would compare them initially to these for modeling purposes to this table, and then we'd say, okay, you need to model NOx, you don't need to model CO, you need to model maybe, something else. We don't have a lot of lead sources in the state. So that is how the analysis is done. And then you bring the concept of aggregation, so if there was a source that it was next door to another source, then we would say, okay, these sources might have contiguous relationship between each other, and we might consider them one. But if there's a certain separation and certain specifics, then they would be considered individual sources, so it's a little bit different from kind of when you drill that there might be different well paths, but what we would permit is the individual kind of facility where where you have the equipment and a fence around it.
Okay. And then with the air toxics analysis, either the one that's currently in place or the one that's being proposed, I think I heard you say that currently that's still being contemplated for production only and not pre-production activities associated with some analysis of air toxics that may be associated with pre-production activities. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact answer to your question for House Bill 1244. I know that for directory updates, we look at stationary equipment, right? Like basically the equipment that is there and that will be emitting through the life of the facility. But we do not look at what was used for the drills and like the completion phase and all that. So that is something that we don't have authority to do, because that's kind of mobile equipment. And again, it's one-time equipment. I do not know what's the status of the equipment that like pre-production equipment for the 1244. Again, 1244 is for air toxics. I don't know how much of a problem those might be. So again, we just have them once and then they go away, right? So HAP sources. So most of them come again from the non-road engines. So again, I would have to look, but maybe we haven't gotten to that detail just yet. But historically, we do not have the authority, or we have not done pre-production. We have not considered pre-production emissions as part of our analysis. But again, like we know that the significant part of it comes from non-road engines, and also through the consultation process, we try to address them as best as we can.
Okay. Let me just two more questions. I know I'm in the way of lunch here. So in your flow chart, the super complex, very long flow chart, if we were to better marry ECMC's and CDPHE's review processes, and I understand that it sounds like your opinion is it's working just fine. We should leave it as is, but I'm still interested in exploring how to better marry these processes. At what point in this process would a review of an OGDP be able to provide enough information? Like, I guess at what point would a technical review of an OGDP by CDPHE fall into this in order for CDPHE to be able to provide good quality information on what potential impacts may be occurring in a particular OGDP, what type of technologies you think may be more appropriate, what type of siting may be most appropriate, or whether or not it is appropriate or not. And I think probably most importantly in this conversation, at what point in this process could CDPHE make a general determination on whether or not a proposed OGDP may or may not be able to meet certain thresholds that CDPHE is developing around NOx, around VOCs, around air toxics?
Right. No, yeah, that's a great question. So I think that the process works really well right now because the drilling is being permitted by ECMC. And then at that point, like a producer might just spot the well, right? Like they wouldn't be able to complete it. And then basically we wouldn't see it. We wouldn't see that project until that particular applicant decided to kind of go through the process. For us to even start the process, for us to start the process with Form 114, we need to know the specifics. We need to know not only that if it's a tier 4 engine or a tier whatever engine, we need to know like what family is it, like what are the specific flow rates, temperatures, stack heights, and then we need to look at a facility layout so that we can basically figure out where the fence line is, what type of dispersion we're going to have throughout the site. So so again, that is what I mentioned. I see our process as a stopgap measure that once ECMC permits the drilling and the OGDP, then for them to permit the equipment that is going to be on that location, we're going to come in and this process is going to start. It seems to make sense to me, so I don't know why we would want to delay the OGDP drilling of a site to do the dispersion modeling, since like the dispersion modeling would be a requirement that will not go away. Those are federal requirements that the NACs are. So so I see that interaction as working well, but obviously we're kind of open to figuring out ways that we can make that more robust, or if we feel like it's not. And then I wanted to make a point also on your previous questions on air toxics. And we are considering pre-production emissions in our assessment of air toxics for prioritization. So basically, we're looking at all the air toxics, including pre-production activities. Once it comes to permitting authority, I think we would be limited as it comes to whether we could limit or regulate those sources, but we're looking at them to make sure that we're looking at the air toxics that are most concerning or most important for air quality in the state.
Okay. Continue to appreciate you answering my questions. Last question. And I understand that you think that the consultation is working well, and that voluntary commitments, have taken us a long way. And I appreciate your opinion on that. But my question to you is, what if an operator just says no? Because a lot of the voluntary BMPs that are incorporated in a CDPHE consultation are just that. They're voluntary pieces, and certainly unenforceable from our end because of a lot of the language that's utilized in there. And so what if an operator just says, no, I'm not interested in this? Do you have opportunities to be able to require any of these elements within your review process for air permits? Or if an operator just says no, then they don't have to do this stuff?
That is a good question, and I don't think. I mean, this process we've been implementing it so far, and my understanding is that we've gotten good participation from the different applicants. But I am not sure about that. I don't know. I'm not sure that there is a lot of. There'll be a lot of operators that would basically just say, I'm not going to do anything. I think by and large, we find or oil and gas sources that they want to comply with the regulation. They want to go above and beyond. Like whenever we go and do an LDAR survey, if we find an issue, it's corrected, like probably 99% of the time. So I do not know about that. But if, I guess, in the OGDP process, we feel like a producer is not proactive or is not open to doing some voluntary type of concessions, I think that maybe the OGDP process would be where that could be addressed, basically like, well, we don't feel like there's going to be enough commitment in reducing pre-production emissions, maybe that's something that could be addressed at that point, but once it comes to us, basically all those pre-production activities, which I think are the ones that you're most concerned about, those are already may have already happened or they've already been permitted, so we wouldn't have a way to go back and say, well, hold on, like you had to do X, Y, Z, like we do that in environmental justice type of things. There has to be some type of notification to the people around, especially if they're RBUs in close proximity. But I don't know that we have a mechanism to kind of go back and do that part. I think that's an area that maybe ECMC is better suited at addressing.
Thank you for answering my questions. I think on that particular point, there's there's a gap that needs to be talked about there from an enforcement standpoint on both of our sides. And so, but anyway, thanks for answering the questions.
No, thank you for your questions. And then I know that Ms. Jessica Ferguson on the line, she can talk about more about the regulatory requirements for non-road pre-production engines. If you want to learn more about that, and we're doing so many things, you know, that I'm not the expert on all of those. I don't know if it's easy to kind of unmute her so that she can share on that.
I think I may be shot right now if I get any further in the way of lunch. So I
Okay.
appreciate it. And I think maybe it would be great to talk to her at some point.
Yeah, I think we would love to take you up on the offer of bringing in Jessica at some point. I think that's an important component. So we're gonna tuck that in our back pocket.
Sounds good. Okay, well, the only comment I'll make is that there's an ozone rulemaking this December that part of it will address some of these pre-production emissions.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to quickly reiterate my appreciation for you speaking with us today and providing this information. It's very helpful. Following up on that very last point you just made about the ozone rulemaking, can you also give us an idea where you are with the greenhouse gas intensity rulemaking?
That's another question for policy and planning team. Let's see, I think I put something in here about it. There is a website, I guess, that talks about it, but I guess there's gonna be intensity targets that need to be achieved for like the industry. My understanding is that those targets are on a seasonal basis. Obviously, we're focusing on the ozone, but much more detail, I guess, that we'll have to kind of tap other folks at our division, like Jessica or others.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Further questions? Great questions, great dialogue, really is assistive to us today. We really appreciate the great work of your entire team to provide this information to us. Very helpful from our sister agency. With that, commissioners, I do believe we have stumbled into our lunch break. It is 12:42, 30 minutes. Is that good enough for everybody? Very good. 1:15, we will return. It is 1:25. Since the recording just started, I'll start over. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission, November 7th at 1:25. And this is our Tuesday business agenda for this week. We've gone through some of the agenda. We now have next up commissioner feedback on cumulative impacts informational document. And to sort of set the script here for folks that are listening in, and I see there's 63 some odd folks, glad to have you with us. We created an informational docket around cumulative impacts, and we have heard from stakeholders in both written presentations as well as oral presentations about ideas that they believe are important to a successful cumulative impact rulemaking. We have not opened up a rulemaking on cumulative impacts. I think that's a very important thing to say, mostly because my lawyer told me to say it. But basically, it is important for everybody to understand that we are still pre-rulemaking around cumulative impacts. We do need to have an ability for commissioners to speak with each other, to talk with each other about the ideas that we've seen around cumulative impacts from the informational docket. And that is what today is about. We will not be making any decisions today. That's an important component as well for everybody to understand. Instead, we're going to be talking about ideas that may be good, ideas that we may determine to be, not as important, et cetera. And it is going to result in direction to our staff, as well as direction to Commissioner McGowan, who's running this hearing, to take the next steps, which is to create straw dog rules for us to then start to think about. So that is, by way of introduction, what we're doing today. I would like to, so we're going to all have a chance to chat with each other this afternoon.
I'd like to first call upon Commissioner McGowan, who's been running this informational docket, to perhaps start off if she's comfortable in doing that with us this afternoon.
Thank you. And I'm hoping Deputy Director Larson is here and she's going to pop up a presentation. So again, we're not rulemaking, we're not deliberating, we're kind of setting the table. And I thought that I would share some of my thoughts about themes that I think we've heard through the written and oral comments. I'm sure I'm not going to include everything, or I'm going to miss something that other commissioners want to be able to add. I also wanted to throw out there that CDPHE is not with us today, and I think that, at least for this commissioner, I have some thoughts or ideas that I would definitely want or like to have CDPHE's input to an idea that I might have or two. And so these thoughts that we have and ideas from the commissioners will be shared with CDPHE, so that hopefully they'll be ready next week to be part of the conversation and give us some feedback on any ideas that you might have about collaborating with CDPHE or using their data, etc. So the great part about being the person who puts the presentation together is that I maybe I'm also get to be the first person to share my thoughts about some of the ideas. So hopefully you all are okay with me doing that and kicking things off. So the first slide is just kind of some themes or buckets that I'm going to go through that I felt like we heard from stakeholders. So having to update the definitions for cumulative impacts and disproportionately impacted communities, figuring out how to improve our processes so that we're not just collecting data, we're evaluating that data and then addressing any impacts that we see from the evaluation of the data that we've been collecting around cumulative impacts. A lot of discussions about considering whether or not there should be thresholds or carrying capacities or allocation limits around certain issues that we've heard about. I think that the big three for me have been NOx, greenhouse gases, and disproportionately impacted communities. And then I think a lot of conversation about how do we better collaborate with sister agencies, and in particular with the Air Pollution Control Division and the Air Quality Control Commission, to help, I guess, provide a feedback loop maybe into our decision-making process as we look at OGDPs and as we consider the cumulative impacts of oil and gas development. And then finally, are there places where we can improve how we verify that what's happening is really happening, or that we're achieving our goals as part of our cumulative impacts rules and as part of the process that we have in place to approve oil and gas development plans. Next slide, please. So the first one, I think I heard two kinds of themes around the definition for cumulative impacts. I feel like some of our stakeholders said, just pick that little definition that was in 1294 and stick to that. That's enough. And you're doing enough as part of your daily deliberations and mission change rulemaking, that's adequate. And then I also feel like we heard from a lot of folks that that's a jumping off point and that we need to consider other things as part of cumulative impacts. And I have to say, as this commissioner, I'm unsure how to tackle this one exactly. And if we were to add things to the definition, which are appropriate for this commission to consider and tackle as part of a definition and as part of our consideration for cumulative impacts. Next slide, please. So as you all already know, we have a definition for disproportionately impacted community, and it's actually pretty close to what was adopted by the legislature, but we are missing a few little pieces. So we'll need to update our definition of disproportionately impacted community. And I think that we also heard a lot of testimony from folks that it would be good to see additional things happen when we're talking about disproportionately impacted community. So we already require additional community engagement, and a lot of things are triggered if you're within 2,000 feet of someone living in a disproportionately impacted community or within a disproportionately impacted community. I think we're hearing that folks want to see potentially additional things happen, especially if we're in a non-attainment area. I'm very interested in having that conversation. I think also in 1294, we as a commission were given some resources to improve how we engage with disproportionately impacted communities, how to figure out how to create better engagement and reach out to people who might be affected by oil and gas development and figure out how they can be a part of our process. And I would be interested in having that conversation as well. Next slide, please. So this was, I think, a topic of a lot of conversation from a lot of stakeholders, which was, you know, the bathtub is full. Should you be able to add more? If you add more, do you have to offset? And I think the themes around whether or not we should have carrying capacitors allocations were around NOx and related to the fact that we're in non-attainment for ozone and that CDPHE is working on updating the state implementation plan for both the NOx standards, ozone standards, sorry. And then the governor's letter, which directs us and CDPHE to meet reduction goals by 2030 and 2050. I think greenhouse gases was another big topic of discussion. And we also have statutory and legislative goals that we are supposed to be trying to reach for the oil and gas industry. I think there's a lot of conversation about whether or not you're at a certain threshold when you're trying to do things in a community that's already been impacted significantly by industrial or other activities already in their neighborhood. Some conversations about whether or not hazardous air pollutants have a threshold and that we should, whether or not we should be discussing that and additional things that need to happen related to HAPs. A little bit of discussion about water quality and water quantity. My thought here is that the Produced Water Consortium was created last year and I think is actually probably going to look at a lot of these issues and make recommendations. And I'd have to look to Commissioner Mesner later on for this. I think that group is going to be making recommendations by the end of next year. So I would suggest folding in the work of that consortium into a next iterative process around cumulative impacts. Then I think we had some comments around reclamation. For me personally, as a commissioner, I think that's probably actually a separate rulemaking for this commission, looking at all the reclamation rules and whether they're working or not and how and whether they should be updated. Next slide, please. Another theme, you know, are we collecting the right data? How is it talking with the data over at our sister agency, CDPHE? How are we tying that data to OGDP approvals? I think that there are probably ways that we could collect data that will work better and be more transparent and work more in synergy with the Air Pollution Control Division to make our decisions more meaningful as we look at OGDPs and review them. Next slide, please. So for me, this was one of the biggest themes, and we've now had 2 presentations from Mr. Guerra, oh, not pronouncing that right, I apologize, on modeling, what's being modeled, what isn't being modeled. I have to say from this commissioner's perspective, I do know that modeling is an important part of evaluating whether or not we're on track to meet goals. I do feel a little bit like perhaps there's some frustration that maybe not enough is happening at CDPHE or fast enough or the right kinds of modeling. And because they're not maybe getting it from dad, they're coming to mom and asking for it. I, as this commissioner, do not feel that modeling is something that we have expertise in. I think that's clear as we're asking questions as commissioners about how it happens and who makes it happen. It's complicated, it's complex. It takes a lot of resources. It takes a lot of expertise. I'm not comfortable with us creating another standalone, stand-up modeling agency around emissions. I don't think that that's appropriate, but I will acknowledge that folks submitted comments about wanting modeling around HAPs, hazardous air pollutants, modeling during pre-production, modeling in the non-attainment area, additional modeling for individual OGDPs and or potentially an OGDP and everything that surrounds that oil and gas development plan, and then lots of conversations about dispersion and photochemical modeling. Next slide, please. So again, so folks were saying you have this data, you need to better evaluate what your data says and then figure out how to address what comes out of that evaluation. For me, I think there were some themes around how to address, including requiring best management practices, requiring offsets somewhere. So if it's a NOx issue and you're already at capacity, do you need to reduce NOx as part of your application or potentially offset it somewhere else? And then some conversations about requiring a no net impact if you're somewhere where something is at capacity. And then as part of that, I know that the Air Pollution Control Division is also looking at timing restrictions as part of addressing impacts. Next slide, please. Finally, and this has kind of already been mentioned before, I think we heard from a lot of folks, and I think we as commissioners are very supportive of continuing to improve our collaboration with the Air Pollution Control Division and the Air Quality Control Commission. We're collecting the upfront emissions estimates data in CITER. The actual emissions are collected over in the OnGAIR system over at CDPHE. I'm not sure that these two systems are really talking to one another. I'm not sure how meaningful the data being collected in each of those two places is if we can't get the data to compare apples to apples and evaluate it and figure out what it's really telling us. I think a lot of conversation about how important the CDPHE consultation process is and how meaningful the work that's being done over at CDPHE means to our process when we're reviewing oil and gas development applications. Next slide. I think that's our last one. So to sum things up for me from a high level and things that I would like to see us tackle as part of cumulative impacts rulemaking, I'd like for us to figure out how to address the NOx goals that the governor set forth and ensure that oil and gas is meeting its requirements and helping us get into attainment for the ozone SIP. I feel like there's an opportunity for us to work with the Air Quality Control Commission and the rulemaking that they're actually doing right now around ozone. And for me, there's an opportunity, I hope, for us to say to CDPHE, is either industry on a whole on track, or is this individual operator on track for meeting its NOx obligations? And that would feed into our oil and gas development application process and how we deliberate and whether we decide to say yes or no, put something on pause, ask for offsets, etc. I feel that we could do the same with greenhouse gases. The commission has already adopted a greenhouse gas intensity rule. There's a verification rule tied to that. I think that we could tie an operator's continued ability to meet those obligations at CDPHE to whether or not they should be continued to allow to add to something that we know we're trying to reduce it and get to a certain goal. And then for me, the last bucket is disproportionately impacted communities and figuring out whether or not we need to have more strategies in place to make sure that we're not adding to the impacts that these communities already have upon them. I think there are also some tools over at CDPHE that we could use. For me, I would love for us to talk about some sort of a decision tree. I'm not sure, and I'm trying to be very careful about using my words. The definition for disproportionately impacted community, if we were to just use the state definition, covers a lot of the state. And I think that some of those communities do not view themselves as disproportionately impacted. I think in some instances, the location might be within a census tract, but it's actually not near any people or it doesn't have emissions issues. And so I'm interested in a review of OGDPs, perhaps on a case-by-case basis, where some sort of a flag comes up and says, this was triggered and this was triggered. You need to take a deep dive and see what's happening in this community and how it is disproportionately impacted and what other kinds of strategies you might want to require or have the conversation with an operator about. So that's my kind of high level, what I've been thinking about and the feedback and the discussions I've been having with folks. And I will stop there and open it up and let Chair Robbins drive us all for further discussions.
Can I start, Commissioner McGowan, with a question or two?
Yes.
We normally, after we hear from a witness, let the commission ask questions, and so I think we can do it this way as well today. I appreciate the thorough nature of the feedback. I think that's what at least I was thinking we should be trying to do in giving guidance to our stakeholders and to our staff in terms of next steps and rulemaking. Heard you loud and clear on the threshold carry capacity allocation. Not sure which way of those we go. And that's something I think we give direction to staff to sort of think through, and appreciate the NOx, greenhouse gas, and DI. You also had listed out 4 others: HAPS, water quality, wildlife, and reclamation. And I agree with you and heard you loud and clear on the produced water is something that we probably put the placeholder and we need to hear from Commissioner Messner, but if he's comfortable with that as well, then that might be something we come back to. I do want to note that we've got to get all of this done by April 28th. And while that seems like a long way off to some people, that's not very far off at all. And so we need to, do everything we can to be successful. I didn't hear you indicate about HAPS. Do you have some thoughts about whether we've got, I guess to put a point on it, I think APCD is in the process, I think we heard from Sergio this morning, in the process of developing allocations or developing numbers around HAPS. And maybe to me, that means that also gets a placeholder and we come back to that. Did you have an idea on that point?
Yeah, thank you. I agree. From what I heard today is they've just implemented one part of a rulemaking around HAPS. They're working on air toxics. They're identifying up to 5 air toxics and what will trigger modeling and I think reduction strategies. And so I think it's a little maybe premature for us to try to figure out HAPS before our sister agency figures it out, because I think there's a potential for us to also feed into some of their decision matrices or their goals around HAPS and tie it to an oil and gas development application.
Okay, that makes sense, at least to this commissioner. I heard you on reclamation. I tend to agree that's its own rulemaking. It probably just is a rulemaking that needs the lens of 181, not only cumulative impacts, and we've just not gotten there yet, and it's something that we need to do. And then you indicated wildlife without further comment. Are we waiting to let Commissioner Ackerman provide comments on that front?
Yeah, I would definitely like Commissioner Ackerman's comments on that. There were some written comments and a few public oral comments. But I was not clear. I did not have clarity around whether or not we needed to take next steps or if we continue kind of working with our CPW partners and their collaboration and their kind of cumulative impacts viewpoints. So yeah, I would definitely like Commissioner Ackerman's input to that.
Okay, if you're, thank you for that. I appreciate that. If you're okay with it, I would recognize my other fellow commissioners if they had any clarifying questions for your summary before I call upon another commissioner to provide kind of their summary. Other questions, guys? All right. Wow, you did a really good job. Only 4 clarifying questions. We're all going to have a chance to weigh in no particular order. Does someone want to go next? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I thought maybe I'd jump in on the wildlife issue, and I appreciate having an opportunity to comment on that a little bit. Before I do, I wanted to say that Commissioner McGowan, as I saw her summary, she and I we're pretty aligned here. I see things much the same way. I did have a couple of clarifying questions, and I'll hit that after. I certainly have been giving a lot of thought to the wildlife issue with regard to cumulative impacts. When we talk about the cumulative impacts process, we have largely been focusing on air, and I think rightfully so.
Commissioner Ackerman, I don't know what's happening, but we can barely hear you.
Thank you. Is that any better or no?
Yeah, actually it is. I hate to have you hunched forward, but
I will. I'll get right on top of the computer. Maybe you can hear me. And I'm looking away a little bit. How about that? Is that okay?
yeah, the more you look at the computer, the best, but I know that takes you away from your notes.
Okay, I'll do my best here. Sorry. New equipment today. I certainly have been giving cumulative impacts with regard to wildlife a lot of thought. And early in the process, during the listening sessions, we did hear some about wildlife, but we have been focusing largely upon air, and I think rightfully so. I think the majority of the comments that we received, as well as the petition that kicked this cumulative impacts process off, were largely focused on air. And while other issues, including wildlife, are mentioned, I do believe that we're on the right track by focusing largely on air. I think by no means are we done monitoring, evaluating, and improving our approach to protecting wildlife. But I'm pleased to report that the feedback we've received so far is largely supportive of continuing our existing current efforts. And to me, that's indicative that modifications to our current approach on wildlife are likely currently not of the highest priority in the cumulative impacts process. Some of the issues that we heard on the are you hearing me okay, Commissioner, still? Okay, thanks. Some of the issues that we've heard on wildlife during the cumulative impacts process are, watch for habitat fragmentation and connectivity, habitat destruction. We've had some species called out, and we've had urging to continue to consider direct and indirect impacts. And all of those primary concerns we're actually approaching pretty significantly through our regulations that we implemented through the Senate Bill 181 rulemaking. Habitat fragmentation and connectivity we're addressing through the protection afforded by HPH, through migration corridors, and hopefully in an upcoming rulemaking soon, TBD on timing, hopefully pinch points as well. Habitat destruction, we certainly address through establishing and monitoring HPH and wildlife protection plans on every OGDP. Certainly, we take a look at specific species and we call those out in our regulations through HPH, and also not just the sensitive species, but habitat used by those species during sensitive time periods are also included in our regulations from 181. And with regard to direct and indirect impacts, our regulations address those through the mitigation hierarchy, as well as mitigation payments, which are starting to get to have projects on the ground. And hopefully we'll see more of that in the end of year report. So again, those are kind of wrapped up in things that we're already doing. Some of the potential actions that were addressed in the early sessions, at least, were that we should continue to define and protect high priority habitat, and that we should continue to explore and understand oil and gas impacts to wildlife, and we should reduce migration barriers and protect aquatic habitat, prevent aquatic contamination, establish strong buffer zones, and continue habitat improvement work associated with compensatory mitigation. So all of these things that we're hearing, I think one of the reasons that wildlife hasn't come to the forefront is that our current regulations, at least our new current regulations, significantly protect and support wildlife. And so to me, they indicate that it's important that we stay the course as established in Senate Bill 181, particularly with regard to high priority habitat, and that we continue to seek opportunities to improve protection of wildlife, both through the cumulative impacts process as necessary, but really more in the normal course of business as issues that maybe we haven't covered significantly in Senate Bill 181 present themselves. So that's my take on what we've seen so far in the cumulative impacts process with regard to wildlife. I certainly am open to further improvements that we can and should make as part of this process, and am keeping an eye on those issues. So moving on from wildlife, again, I support the majority, the entirety of what you presented, Commissioner McGowan. I think you hit it right on the nose. I think a couple of the points particularly that I wanted to make are, we continue to talk about gathering of data, which is important, and we do gather data. But I do think there's this, we need to consider, as we've gathered data, others have asked us, hey, use that data in a productive fashion. And so the data that we gather tends to report the same things, that there's a temporary impact with regard to pre-production, and that we need to reduce emissions during production. And I think that we need to focus on execution rather than accumulation of data. And I believe that that's what we've heard largely from the constituents that we've heard reach out during the cumulative impacts process. Again, not minimize the importance of and quality and quantity of data that we gather, but I would hate to see us go down a road of augmenting and increasing the amount of data that we gather on all these fronts without moving forward with cooperative approaches to protect, again, particularly air quality. I agree and wanted to state, Commissioner McGowan, that one of the things that I've been thinking about significantly is our role in moving forward air protections for the state of Colorado. And to me, our role is implementing regulations that comply with and coordinate with the air expert of the state, which I find to be CDPHE and its branches. I think it's important that we coordinate and communicate with them on a very effective basis. And I think it's important that we pass regulations that cooperate with CDPHE and that implement the expert analysis and opinions of CDPHE. I do think we're misstepping if we go past CDPHE and begin to implement air quality standards in and of ourselves. My background has led me to bring the analogy that to me that's the equivalent of hiring our own biologists and hunt managers and sending them out to manage the wildlife of Colorado. I think we need to listen to our expert sister agencies and collaborate with them and implement regulations that are protective of the expertise that they bring to the table. That said, I don't know that I have any other initial comments, Mr. Chair. Those are the things that have been rolling around in my mind, so I appreciate the chance to come.
Okay, great. As I did with Commissioner McGowan, Commissioner Ackerman is now subject to questioning from fellow commissioners. Are there questions for Commissioner Ackerman? I'll just lead out with the comment that I appreciate you taking the lead on wildlife. I am in agreement with you. I think that in large part, the work that we've been doing so far to date on wildlife, the avoid and minimize and mitigate the all of that is doing a tremendously good job and a better job than as was before 181 in our mission change rules. I mean, that's because we were told to do it this way. And so I think if the animals would have a vote, they'd probably be saying similar things. So thanks for weighing in on that front. Does anyone else have, that really wasn't a question, but does anyone have questions or comments following Commissioner Ackerman's initial thoughts? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to emphasize something that I think Commissioner Ackerman said, which is I know folks are talking a lot about modeling and how important modeling is, but I agree that we have been collecting data, and I think in the presentation we had this morning, it's pretty clear that pre-production is the most emitting part of the OGD, the operations, right? Drilling and completions. And I second the motion of trying to figure out, as part of cumulative impacts, as part of meeting certain NOx goals, I think it would be really smart for us to focus on pre-production as part of our strategy for cumulative impacts.
All right, then. Commissioner Kraus, Commissioner Messner, would one of you like to go next? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to be all over the place. I haven't scripted anything out or done a very good job of bulleting my notes, and so I apologize for that. But and certainly always appreciate other commissioners' thoughts on the topic. I think this has been a pretty fascinating process to go through and try to wrap my head around cumulative impacts and how to apply that in a reasonable and necessary manner, in a way that's pragmatic and in a way that really accomplishes what I think the root of the question here is how do you evaluate and address cumulative impacts? And I think there's a lot of opportunity here, and so I want to start with that. I'm pretty optimistic about the opportunity here to create some rules that I think will really do a good job of addressing some of the concerns that we hear from different stakeholders around the state. And I kind of want to start with just acknowledging that while there are sister agencies and there's different roles and responsibilities between those sisters agencies, I do believe that ECMC has both the jurisdiction associated with oil and gas regulatory processes, as well as the authority under both SB 19181, as well as the 1244, to look at regulating oil and gas in a way that's protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources, as well as evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. And I think that authority is pretty broad in explicit in what the legislature intends for us to do in looking at cumulative impacts associated with oil and gas development within the state. And so I want to start with that. So, and I say that because I think oftentimes we hear that state agencies sit in their silos, they do their work, and they don't talk to each other. And I'm feeling like some of that is going on with different entities that are involved with oil and gas development. And I think it's really important that, as we go through this process, that we look at ways to better marry, communicate, and work together as agencies within the state of Colorado to regulate oil and gas and to look at cumulative impacts and to address cumulative impacts. And so I'm encouraging us through this process to really reimagine the silos and try to be more fluid with one another in the processes as we start to look at evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts as part of the upcoming rulemaking. I think when we did the mission change rulemaking as part of SB 19181, we really set up a framework that was a strong framework on how to evaluate or how to review oil and gas development plans and comprehensive area plans in the state. I think that process included utilizing the different agencies within the state as subject matter experts in areas that will be important for us to review and understand as part of our job of regulating oil and gas in a way that's protective. And so we set up a solid process for consultation with CDPHE, who in my opinion is, they are the state's public health welfare expert. And while they have their own roles and their own responsibilities within their own agency, at least I view them, and I think we set up a process to view them as the state's public health expert, public health and welfare expert in reviewing and regulating oil and gas development plans and comprehensive area plans. We utilize Colorado Parks and Wildlife very much the same way, where they are wildlife experts, and we'll use them as the state's wildlife expert in developing recommendations and consultations that better protect wildlife in the state. I think we also utilize it with the Water Quality Control Commission, also part of CDPHE, although we have some authority under that, as well as looking at water quantity associated with Division of Water Resources. So we have these state experts, and I think it's important that we kind of re-emphasize and reimagine, what that consultation with CDPHE in particular looks like, as we kind of move into this cumulative impacts rulemaking. I think to me that ends up being a really, really big piece, a big cog in how we address cumulative impacts and really utilize the expertise already available within the state, but better meld those processes so that they are talking to each other, so that the data is similar, so that we're not siloed, and that we're able to get the information that we need in order to make decisions. And CDPHE is able to get the information they need to be able to make decisions. And so I say that just as an initial start of my thoughts here. I think we need to really re-look at and re-emphasize the mitigation hierarchy that we apply to wildlife most often, and really reapply that in the whole sphere of how we evaluate and address protections for public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. I think that from a wildlife standpoint, that mitigation hierarchy has been used for a long time. It's kind of tried and true, and people understand how it works in that world. I think in the land use world, it's also utilized quite a bit. But I'm not sure that sometimes it gets applied appropriately in some of the reviews that we do. And so I think a re-emphasis of the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, then minimize, then mitigate is something to consider as part of this cumulative impacts rulemaking. Pre-production has to be taken into consideration as part of this cumulative impacts rulemaking. We cannot not consider pre-production for any of the things we're considering in this cumulative impacts rulemaking. And so I think that ends up needing to be a really big part of it. I'm optimistic that we can come up with a way to address pre-production with some probably evolution in how we do consultations with CDPHE and perhaps some of the things that they're looking at. In lieu of that, I think that we have a responsibility ourselves to address pre-production if that's not something that CDPHE is willing to do. And so I kind of want to walk through a little bit, and I'm going to get just a little more in the weeds here. And so I apologize, but I want to try to create a picture of kind of what I'm thinking. Is in that reimagining of the consultation with CDPHE, I think we need to update when these different consultations happen. So right now it's pretty small as far as when it's required to have consultations with CDPHE, but I would like to see that broadened and be more specific as to when consultations occur with CDPHE in our OGDP and CAP review processes. I envision a little more robust CDPHE participation in and I know that they're there and I know that they're participating, but I think that the goal here for me is to have a much more robust consultation process with CDPHE, where we're really evaluating the spectrum of public health, safety, welfare aspects that CDPHE ultimately is our public health welfare expert in these roles. And so when we're looking at these things, I think it's important that that consultation includes data around, air toxic, HAPs, VOCs, NOx, as well as, noise and odor and things that are public health, welfare, safety associated, so that there's really a robust evaluation and suggested ways to address some of these different things that are being proposed in OGDPs. While I appreciate the utilization of a list of BMPs that do voluntarily address some of the things that I think are important things for us to consider, I continue to feel that list of BMPs is the way that it's written and the way that it's introduced and the fact that it is clearly voluntary in nature doesn't go far enough in addressing cumulative impacts or public health and welfare as we're mandated to do from both SB 19-181 and HB 1244. And so I think my expectation is that we develop a consultation process where we're able to be pretty specific with CDPHE about things that are really important for us to be able to have them take into consideration and analyze, evaluate, and make recommendations for addressing these certain things that enable us to be able to do our job, which is to permit OGDP or new oil and gas operations in a way that's protective. And right now, I don't feel that that's happening. I'm uncomfortable with it the way that it is right now. I think at the technical review process, I think there's an opportunity there for an application to be under technical review at both ECMC as well as CDPHE. And I think that those technical reviews can happen simultaneously. And at some point, that technical review can go down the road with CDPHE in starting to meet some of their analysis that may feed directly into some of the things we heard from Sergio today. So some determination of whether or not there needs to be modeling, some determination on whether or not VOC thresholds are being met, intensity thresholds are being met, NOx thresholds are being met, air toxic thresholds are being met, and some evaluation. And I think that there's enough information in a OGDP application at the time of technical review and enough specificity that these two processes can happen simultaneously. And then that initial evaluation, which is why you heard me asking today, me asking Sergio today, at what stage does it work for you to start evaluating stuff in our OGDP process through their process that they've kind of laid out in a couple of slides. But to be able to have that thorough consultation and comments to our application as they're simultaneously being reviewed, I think it's really important. I think that prior to director's recommendations or scheduling of a hearing, that consultation needs to come to ECMC and be considered to be applied as part of the director's recommendations and thoroughly reviewed as part of that director's recommendation. And then I think once it comes to us, we have the tools from both CPW, DWR if we needed to, and CDPHE to really make a determination on whether or not these applications that are coming before us are protective and are evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. And the things that we include in our process, they have to be enforceable. And so I think one other thing that's interesting, particularly as I've started reviewing some of the STRADOG rules associated with geothermal, is that there's a consideration in there for consultation with EPA. And I think as we start looking at potential preemption issues associated with the Clean Air Act and some different areas, I think including a consultation with EPA in certain situations may also be something to be considered. And I acknowledge Sergio's concern about timing associated with doing the evaluation, particularly in pre-production activities associated with oil and gas. And so I think as part of this, we have to develop some sort of air traffic control system so that we have a better understanding and a better bookend associated with when pre-production and construction activities are going to occur on sites that we've approved, so that it's not an open-ended 3-year timeframe, but rather, at least for the ozone non-attainment season, we're able to look at and direct to some extent the pre-production activities that are going to be occurring in an air traffic control type situation, so that we can better evaluate and address pre-production emissions associated with things that we're approving, so that we can determine whether or not operators are meeting the thresholds that APCD is setting forth for NOx, for VOC, for air toxics. And so those are some thoughts around that. And I'm not going to go into detail on it today, but I have mapped out what an entire review process may look like for certain scenarios. And we can talk about that at another time once we get into more details. But broadly, these are the things that I'm thinking about. And so I want to just spend 1 second here talking about disproportionately impacted communities and how best to evaluate and address cumulative impacts in these particular areas. And I think this again can happen through our permitting process. And I think that a way that that can happen is that, you know, when an application comes in, it gets an initial, after completion, it gets an initial Enviro screen score. It can happen before completion. I'm not sure what the timing is. But, you know, if that Enviro screen score is a certain number, and I'm using Enviro screen the way I think it's intended to be used, which is as a screening tool. And so let's say, I'm making a number up right now, but let's say the Enviro screen score is 80, which would indicate, you know, a cumulatively impacted area potentially. At that stage, my recommendation would be that we would require from operators a comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis as part of their OGDP application. And so this is a bigger, more in-depth analysis that may include modeling done by operators, that may include more in-depth analysis associated with that particular OGDP in the way that it does the analysis. It could almost be a NEPA style analysis, but would also address the cumulative impacts that were that may have come up or were identified through that comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis. And in turn, that operator would have to make a showing, and in this particular situation where they're in a cumulatively impacted area, they're proposing that, they would have to come up with a no net adverse impact showing in order to be able to propose an operation in these areas that are high in the Enviro screen score. And so that's an idea that I throw out there for comment and for thoughts, but I think that does a good job of identifying particular areas where there could be already significant amounts of cumulative impacts. And if an oil and gas development plan was being proposed there, I think that could be the appropriate level of analysis that may need to occur to ensure that it's protective. And so I'll stop there. I mean, I've got all kinds of different notes that I could go through, but I mean, I will just make one comment around the wildlife piece and the water piece. I agree with Commissioner McGowan. I think from a water quantity piece, I think the Colorado Produced Water Consortium has the ability to look at that. And we'll be looking at that and making recommendations to ECMC on some elements of that that may inform a future rulemaking on the topic from ECMC. And so I'm comfortable with the Produced Water Consortium, you know, continuing to look at that and be a resource for ECMC. From a water quality standpoint, you know, I'm pretty comfortable with the rules that we have in place, particularly wellbore integrity rulemaking that really looks at that combined with the mission change rulemaking really, I think, addresses cumulative impacts associated with water quality. Although I'm certainly open to other folks' opinions. And from a wildlife standpoint, I mean, I certainly appreciate Commissioner Ackerman's perspective on that. And, you know, I also think that there are opportunities for us to engage in additional analysis and addressing of cumulative impacts associated with wildlife. But I think those may be inside other rulemakings that are coming up. I think that we really addressed wildlife pretty significantly inside of the mission change rulemaking. I would agree that I think there's opportunities to do a reclamation rulemaking that's upcoming. I think we, from my opinion, need to still look at a rulemaking around riparian corridors, pinch points and stopovers. And ultimately, I would like to have us review the benefits or evaluate the benefits of the compensatory mitigation program that we've got going and look at projects that are actually being done and determine whether that is actually helping address cumulative impacts associated with wildlife. So I will now be quiet.
No, now you're subject to questioning from your fellow commissioners. Does anyone have questions? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Mesner. I'm wondering if you could flesh out a little bit your thought about the consultation process changing in some way that I think what you're saying is kind of more background homework gets done before we approve an OGDP and it has more teeth, but I'm not, am I on the right track?
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example here. And so this is just talking about NOx. And so APCD, by November 30th is requiring all operators to file their NOx per production facility emissions and NOx per drilling and completions and recompletion emissions during the previous ozone season, which is May 1st to September 30th. So this is due on November 30th. And so APCD uses that data obtained from the November 30th NOx report to determine A, if we remained under the oil and gas upstream NOx limits for the previous year, B, validates that the estimated NOx from Form 2Bs were accurate, and C, that NOx emission baseline from production, C, NOx emission baselines from production, and D, whether the remaining allocation for NOx for pre-production will stay under the 31.71 tons a day for the NOx limit, which is 30% less than the 2017 limits. That would be in an oil and gas development plan application. That would be an initial APCD review for NOx, and I'm just talking about NOx. From the ECMC standpoint, an operator who wants to drill new wells is going to file their Form 2B as part of their OGDP. And that Form 2B is going to contain estimated NOx for both pre-production and production from the proposed oil and gas location. And so then APCD, as part of their consultation with us, they would review the Form 2B, determine accuracy, and provide comments on additional best management practices to reduce NOx. They would determine whether the operator is meeting its NOx intensity standards, and then they would determine if the proposal will need to be modeled for any impacts to ozone levels. Then it comes back in that consultation process to ECMC, who then reviews the OGDP and either allows the OGDP to go forward as written or places additional BMPs or condition of approval to reduce NOx, or perhaps requires a timing restriction to designate that drilling or fracking cannot occur during the ozone season due to, coming too close to the NOx thresholds that are set forth, or if the NOx thresholds are already, or if it's shown that it's not protective, it certainly has the ability, we still have the ability to deny that application. But that's just one example of how that cycle could work in reviewing that OGDP and better fleshing out that consultation between CDPHE and ECMC in that review process. And you could go through that with a bunch of other things as well, but I think these processes need to be married. And I also have questions whether or not that Form 2s should actually be provided to operators until there's a clear determination from CDPHE whether or not the proposed OGDP actually is going to meet all of these standards and get their air permits. So,
Follow up, Commissioner McGowan?
Yeah. So I think that would be interesting for us to get some feedback on from CDPHE on several of these ideas that we've already thrown out. I am trying to figure out what a NEPA style analysis or a cumulative impacts analysis looks like. I think of what I hear you saying, EnviroScreen can be like an indicator tool that would an EnviroScreen number automatically trigger a cumulative impacts analysis, or would there be other things that could be reviewed? So if I'll use the example of I think like in Garfield County, I think most of Garfield County is a disproportionately impacted community, and in some cases has a high EnviroScreen number. maybe not related to air emissions, maybe related to socioeconomic status or whatever. And TEP's production are mostly away from people and not related to air emissions issues. So would you still require, so I'm getting into weeds, but would that still trigger this cumulative impacts analysis? Which is why I was saying, I was thinking about some sort of kind of something that raises a flag for us, and then some sort of a decision tree that says yes or no, something more needs to be done. And I hear you saying cumulative impact and impacts analysis. And I guess I'm going straight to like, I need something more. I need offsets, or I need best management practices or whatever. And well, I guess we can
So
sit.
I think you and I are saying close to the same thing. So I'm looking for a trigger, right? That would trigger, you know, a comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis. And that trigger needs to have a nexus to disproportionately impacted communities. And particularly ones that, you know, are disproportionately impacted cumulatively. And I understand that there's a definition of disproportionately impacted community that we have currently, and that there's one that we're statutorily required to utilize now. I also understand that that covers about 80% of the state. I think that there's a consideration for a definition of cumulatively impacted community, but I also understand that there's a number of stakeholders that don't feel like that's an appropriate definition and doesn't hit the mark as far as what needs to happen to further evaluate potential cumulative impacts to certain areas of the state. And so what I'm trying to do is find a tool that that screens that and creates a trigger that's not so broad a brush that it covers 80% of the state, but, you know, better addresses that areas in the state that we really need to be paying attention to for the cumulative impacts associated with oil and gas activities in those particular areas. And so, and not just oil and gas, but I mean, the evaluation has to occur bigger. And so I'm suggesting EnviroScreen because it's a known thing. Maybe I'm not recollecting correctly, but I think we've seen some TEP OGDPs that have come to us that we've approved that have not had EnviroScreen scores above 80. But I might be wrong. And so I'm not saying it's the perfect tool. I'm open to suggestions for other tools for that trigger or that screen. I'm not opposed to, you know, a tree, but I think it has to be, I think we have to be careful and make sure that we're utilizing this as a screening tool that requires additional analysis. That additional analysis may actually determine that it's really not a cumulatively impacted area. This is not necessarily going to need much additional BMPs or technologies to be implemented in order to show that it's not having a net adverse impact to the particular area. And so that's where you and I agree, is that those BMPs or those technologies or those conditions of approval, you know, are those offsets, I mean, are ultimately designed to create a no net adverse impact standard or something like that in an area where it is determined it's potentially cumulatively impacted.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Messner, for those comments. I want to follow up a little bit as you're talking about some kind of trigger to do the cumulative impact analysis. Would it only be in that situation that a cumulative impact analysis is done, or is it going to be done regardless and just additional?
No, that would be the trigger for, and I'm calling it, this is not, I'm calling it a comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis, right? So we already have a cumulative impacts analysis. This is something bigger and better, and it needs a better name. But it would be an in-depth analysis, and we would have to develop the criteria that would need to be involved with that analysis. But it would be in a situation where the screening tool would trigger that, right? And so it wouldn't be every OGDP in the state. Now, every OGDP in the state needs to go through, you know, a comprehensive consultation process with CDPHE, as I talked about before. That's a constant process for every single OGDP, so that we've got, you know, a consistent and comprehensive consultation process for public health and welfare from CDPHE as our public health and welfare experts, just like we do with CPW. But then in certain scenarios where an Enviro screen score hit a certain number, then it would require this comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis. And ultimately a no net adverse impact standard.
Further questions? Commissioner Cross, would you like to provide your perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll say I have somewhat of a mixed bag of prepared comments, some of which are more detailed and I think need to be for some of my more legal analysis to it, and others I think are more broad-based to talk about some certain things. I think before I set forth my thoughts on how we should proceed with the cumulative impacts rulemaking, I do believe it's prudent to highlight the amount of work already done with cumulative impacts. As I believe our mission change rulemaking did set forth ways in which the commission would evaluate and address cumulative impacts. First is a CIDR database. I'll talk about this a little bit more later, but this database is critical to the requirement to evaluate and address cumulative impacts. The information contained within allows the commission and staff to compile relevant information from emissions to water usage, and perhaps most importantly, surrounding oil and gas impacts and other industrial impacts near oil and gas locations. So that such information can be used to determine appropriate best management practices and conditions of approval for future OGDPs. While there have been concerns about the amount of the work the commission has done to date to address cumulative impacts, and perhaps rightfully so, it is important to note that the commission has only had 2 years of actual data upon which to rely in the CIDR database, including 1 year of less than 10 OGDPs. As Director Murphy said during the prior annual presentation on that data, 2 years does not make a trend. Second, and I think this one is important, and Commissioner Messner commented on as well, is the consultations with our sister agencies. As I'll explain during my comments, the cooperation and coordination with other agencies is critical to address cumulative impacts. Currently, consultations occur with CDPHE, and I'll just say I use CDPHE throughout, even though there are times it should be specified APCD or AQCC, but I'll use CDPHE and CPW to ensure that potential impacts from oil and gas operations are considered by relevant experts and appropriate BMPs are applied to avoid, minimize, and mitigate such impacts. Third, are local government consultations and input. Local governments are particularly well suited to know the cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations. For example, in considering OGDPs, Weld County undergoes through an evaluation of all impacts prior to approving a WOGLA permit, including environmental impacts, plan development, transportation routes, and more. And Weld County is not alone. Other counties have undertaken efforts to establish detailed oil and gas regulations and approval processes, including Adams, Arapahoe, Gunnison, and La Plata counties, among others. Fourth is our alternative location analysis. While the purpose of the ALAs is not for the commission to select the location it deems best, this requirement does provide an opportunity for multiple sites to be evaluated, and ideally the location with the least impacts will be selected. Fifth, regulations to address surface disturbance and consolidated operations. ECMC rules 1002D and 1002E specifically require that locations minimize surface disturbance, minimize erosion and impacts to wetlands, complement other land uses, quote, use directional drilling to reduce cumulative impacts and adverse impacts on wildlife resources, and quote, consolidate facilities and pipeline rights of way in order to minimize adverse impacts to wildlife resources, including fragmentation of wildlife habitat, as well as cumulative impacts. Sixth, we have regulations that address cumulative impacts for things such as noise, light, odor, and dust. Seventh, I think comprehensive area plans are important. The regulations specify that the purpose of the caps is to facilitate evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts from oil and gas development. By utilizing caps, development is planned and consolidated within a region so as to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts at a broad scale rather than at an individual location. And finally, cumulative impacts, impact plans are required under our regulations. With every OGDP, operators are required to provide information on cumulative adverse impacts expected to increase, measure to avoid, or minimize those impacts, measures to mitigate or offset cumulative impacts, and any other information deemed reasonable and necessary. These cumulative impact plans are particularly important in the OGDPs we often see. For example, operators identify efforts to plug and abandon older wells and facilities and upgrade facilities and operations, thereby reducing surface disturbance and eliminating truck traffic and other emissions. I just want to point out that I detail these existing efforts to evaluate and address cumulative impacts, not to say that our efforts are perfect or even done, but rather to illustrate that our efforts to evaluate and address cumulative impacts is an ongoing and methodical process. Moreover, understanding what we currently do allows us to understand what current efforts can and should be improved, but the commission cannot solve all issues in one fell swoop. Instead, we must utilize deliberate and prescribed solutions based on complete information. And I think part of the reason that's important is to look at things like we talked about, and Commissioner McGowan mentioned, and Commissioner Messner, you touched on as well, things like waiting for some of the recommendations from the Produced Water Consortium. And so I think it's important to get that complete information before we take additional steps. And I think we'll likely go through additional rulemakings in the future to make sure once we have that information, we can use it to make sure we continue to improve upon our process. Kind of going with the buckets that Commissioner McGowan discussed, I'm going to start with the definition of cumulative impacts. As I give my opinion on the proposed definition of cumulative impacts, I think it's important to first provide some context concerning what the definition should not be. Specifically, I believe it's critical to distinguish the definition of cumulative impacts and our efforts to regulate adverse cumulative impacts from the National Environmental Policy Act, which was often brought up in some of the comments that we received. Our regulatory construct, processes, goals, and efforts are disparate from NEPA, and we are not in a position to establish a NEPA-esque process. NEPA is a purely procedural statute. The statute requires a federal agency to consider direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts from a proposed action and potential alternatives. The statute does not mandate an outcome. Therefore, an agency can take an action as long as it's evaluated the attendant circumstances of that action, even if the impacts are significant. Aside from the lack of a substantive evaluation, my concern with NEPA is the creation of procedural litigation. Here we have already established procedural requirements and should not create new procedural hurdles that open the agency to litigation. To provide a little more detail on this concern, during public comments, several stakeholders suggested to the commission that we should evaluate past, present, and reasonably foreseeable impacts of future actions of any type of development, regardless of whether we can address such actions or that impact. When I asked about the scope of the impacts we should address, I was told it should probably be looked at on a case-by-case basis. I don't think trying to establish a case-by-case basis is necessary and provides a necessary regulatory certainty, and requiring such an evaluation could lead to some impact not being evaluated, which is often the source of NEPA litigation. Bogging down the commission to ensure that every conceivable impact has been evaluated, and potentially bogging down the commission with disputes about whether an impact has been sufficiently evaluated, detracts from the substantive achievements that we're trying to seek and obtain through this rulemaking. I do admit that the actual process of defining cumulative impacts is difficult, particularly because, as some stakeholders indicated, our governing act did define cumulative impacts with respect to Class 6 wells. However, that definition only applies in a situation where a Class 6 well would affect a disproportionately impacted community. Conversely, here the legislature specifically stated that in promulgating a definition at large, the commission shall review, consider, and include addressable impacts to climate, public health, the environment, air quality, water quality, noise, odor, wildlife, and biological resources, and to disproportionately impacted communities. The language of the legislature must be given meaning, so I believe that any definition of cumulative impacts must be tied to oil and gas activities, the activities the commission has authority to regulate rather than all types of development. The signing statement for HB 23-1294 clarifies that the inclusion of, quote, addressable impacts is intended and will be implemented to ensure that the commission is acting within its statutorily defined role in permitting and overseeing direct impacts. I admit that the signing statement does also go on to say that non-addressable impacts can be analyzed, but there is not a requirement or direction to do so. Rather, I think that considering additional impacts is a prudent action and can be evaluated, and indeed is required by the current cumulative impact plans. However, creating a regulatory requirement to evaluate these impacts opens the commission to unnecessary and troublesome procedural litigation, as I described above. Finally, I believe that adhering to our legislatively mandated authority is critical, as the Oil and Gas Conservation Act states that nothing in the act shall, quote, alter, impair, or negate the authority of, and amongst others, the AQCC to regulate the emission of air pollutants from oil and gas operations. And so while I do agree with Commissioner Messner that there is, I think, some broad authority for us to address cumulative impacts, I think we also need to be careful that we don't try and go so far as to regulate an air emission or the emission of air pollutants, even from oil and gas operations, as our own act specifically states that that is up to the AQCC to do. Thus, I believe that the definition of cumulative impacts should apply to addressable impacts. Next, I think it's probably most important to discuss disproportionately impacted communities. First off, I think it's important to say we need to adopt the statutory definition. I think that's clear under our legislation that's brought us here today, and I think it's something that needs to be done. As Commissioner McGowan mentioned, I think we do need to look at some kind of clarifications to ensure that the meaning and intent of disproportionately impacted community is not lost. Indeed, if superfluously large regions of the state are declared disproportionately impacted communities, as Commissioner Messner mentioned, 80% of the state, and in some cases, large swaths, if not all of counties such as Weld County and Garfield County, those communities that are particularly afflicted, and a good example that was talked about often is Commerce City, due to the proximity of Suncor, may not be given the additional concern that they deserve. I know other agencies are currently engaged in some litigation surrounding clarifications of their definitions, but I do think it's appropriate to take, as Commissioner McGowan said, a deep dive to determine if this area is truly disproportionately impacted. And I don't mean this as a way to try and step away from or not protect disproportionately impacted communities, but I think it's more important to make sure that those truly disproportionately impacted communities are given the just focus that they deserve and should be given. Substantively, for disproportionately impacted communities, I believe we should use some of the FTE money from HB 23-1294 to hire an ombudsman or something of the sort to help with disproportionately impacted communities, specifically help provide public comments, help to intervene in OGDP applications, also can be used to coordinate meetings with the commission. I understand that there was a meeting with some disproportionately impacted community groups, and it was something that I didn't even hear about until after the meeting occurred. And I think having some sort of employee that's going to focus on helping disproportionately impacted communities, help us engage with disproportionately impacted communities, is not only going to be a great way to make sure that their concerns are heard, but also provides us the opportunity to work with them and better understand what needs disproportionately impacted communities have. Moving on to modeling, I am not in favor of ECMC undertaking any efforts to conduct emission modeling as requested by some of the public commenters. First, setting aside the lack of authority for ECMC to regulate emission of air pollutants, ECMC doesn't have the expertise to conduct the modeling. The state of Colorado already has an agency staffed with experts that can do so and are doing so. They're studying and modeling emissions, including HAPs, ozone, criteria pollutants. And not only has CDPHE undertaken efforts to model, but they also have undertaken efforts to promulgate rules concerning those emissions, as was discussed by Sergio today. Critically, the expertise of those at our sister agency also allows for prioritization of what should be modeled and what should be regulated first. Again, as Sergio mentioned today, trying to determine what the next priority HAPs are that should be modeled, as opposed to just saying, all right, they're looking at that, ECMC, maybe you should look at this. And second, and perhaps more importantly, I do think that putting resources to modeling I do not think that putting resources to modeling is the most effective way to address cumulative impacts. Modeling, even if we had the jurisdictional authority to undertake such efforts, would require time and money to hire staff to conduct the modeling, time and money to conduct the modeling itself, time and money to analyze the data, and then time to consider what efforts, if any, the commission should undertake based on that information. And these efforts may be moot depending on the ongoing efforts at CDPHE. I believe it to be far more effective to utilize the expertise and ongoing efforts of our sister agency to prioritize and model these emissions and potentially identify appropriate thresholds. I think the presentations that we received from CDPHE highlight the importance of leaving modeling and identification of thresholds to our sister agency. As discussed, I think at length today, both here and by Sergio, CDPHE already conducts dispersion modeling using an established and continually updated air model to look at criteria and air toxic emissions, and has established thresholds, including stricter thresholds in non-attainment areas and disproportionately impacted communities. CDPHE does dispersion modeling for critical HAPs, utilizing established thresholds, and they're identifying priority HAPs to model and regulate pursuant to legislation as well. CDPHE is conducting photochemical modeling for ozone and precursors. CDPHE is modeling regional haze. And finally, CDPHE is making efforts, often in conjunction with ECMC, to measure greenhouse gases. And kind of going along that consistent theme, I think that collaboration and coordination with CDPHE is important. I think one of the things that was brought up a little bit is the idea of kind of codifying these BMPs that are raised. And I do have a concern with codifying BMPs as technology changes over time, practices change over time. And I don't want to set us up in a situation where we say, you have to do X. And then that becomes moot, maybe a year down the road. And then we have to go back and change our regulations to say, all right, let's update it and say, you have to do X. And I think if you start codifying those BMPs, it really disincentivizes additional technological advances. It disincentivizes outside the box thinking that can be done both from an operator's perspective as well as from CDPHE perspective or CPW perspective as ways to come up with new BMPs, new ways to better protect the adversely affected resources. And, you know, I was very intrigued with what Commissioner Messner was mentioning in terms of kind of running at least a partially same time APIN kind of modeling there. And I think that that's something that delving into more, perhaps with the policy group, as was talked about today, and Jessica Furco, might be appropriate, because my understanding of the timing with the CDPHE on the APIN applications is that that permitting process that's going through only applies if the source is not exempt. And that's the point at which CDPHE needs the details to properly model what the different emissions would be. And as Sergio mentioned today, the stack height, the exact location, where the fences are going to be, exactly what facilities, what equipment is going to be used at each facility, et cetera. And so I think I'm intrigued by the thought of that. I know that one of Koga's comments also talked about the idea of them being open to, if it needs to be modeled, them waiting on construction as well. So I think there's definitely some additional research we can do into that to determine steps we can take to make sure that construction is not ongoing where we're still waiting for a permit to be approved. Moving on to thresholds, I think this is one of the real substantive changes that we need to focus on to address cumulative impacts. To account for exceedances of site-specific thresholds of emissions. Specifically, and I agree with Commissioner McGowan, I think that in particular, what we need to start our focus on is NOx and greenhouse gas emissions. And I think that that's probably the best place to start, not only because I think it is one of the key things that is a cumulative impact that we face, but also I think it's one of the things that we're already starting to move for, and that CDPHE is already starting to move for in terms of the thresholds, the GHG intensity, as well as the NOx thresholds that were given by the governor's letters. And because they're already promulgating rules related to the identification of NOx and greenhouse gas intensity, I think that we need to understand what those are going to be. I think that we probably can create some regulations on what to do if there are exceedances. I don't know if we necessarily need to understand what the thresholds are, but I think that we can do something. I know that there was some discussions and public comments about maybe having a no net adverse impact if there's an exceedance of the intensity thresholds, and maybe that's the way to do it. I'm not really sure what the best option is with that, but I do think we need to come up with something that says we need to make sure we're meeting those thresholds. And in fact, as we're required to under the governor's letter, we need to make sure that we are meeting those thresholds. Kind of building on the no net adverse impacts, this is something that admittedly I struggle with. And part of the reason I struggle with it is because I'm not sure no net adverse impacts fits within our statutory regulatory authority. Under the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, our authority is clear. It says, in exercising the authority granted by this Article 60, the Commission shall regulate oil and gas operations in a reasonable manner to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety and welfare, the environment and wildlife resources, and shall protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource resulting from oil and gas operations. Again, that really sticks us to what we can address, the resulting from oil and gas operations. But I think building on that, our statute and our rules define what is meant by minimize adverse impacts. And it goes back to that mitigation hierarchy. To avoid adverse impacts or to minimize and mitigate to the extent and severity of those impacts that cannot be avoided. And I think the language here is critical. Avoid adverse impacts means will not cause quantifiable adverse impacts to a potentially affected resource or resources. Minimize adverse impacts means necessary and reasonable protections to, quote, reduce unavoidable adverse impacts, and mitigate adverse impacts. Although in our rules it applies mainly to wildlife, I think the importance of it is it talks about, quote, compensating for unavoidable adverse impacts. And I think the establishment of a no net adverse impact is beyond what our governing statute calls for, namely going beyond the minimizing, the reduction of, or compensating / mitigating unavoidable adverse impacts. And so I think trying to come up with something that says we're going to go beyond that minimize and mitigate if you can't avoid, and just saying we're going to make sure that there's not going to be an impact at all, changes what our governing statute says. And so I have some concerns with taking on a no net adverse impact standard. Additionally, I think any requirement that a no net adverse impact occur in the same area as the project can be particularly difficult, if not impossible, to achieve, as the beneficial projects that can be done for it may not be suitable in that area. Just some examples of that is trying to create additional wildlife habitat. That often happens in things such as like the sage-grouse plans on a federal level, where they have conservation banks, and you have beneficial impacts in other areas, but can't necessarily happen in the area where the impact is occurring. And so I think if we were to consider no net adverse impacts, I think trying to tie it to a specific location can also be extremely difficult. The next bucket I want to talk about is our processes. And I think this is another substantive update that is critical to addressing cumulative impacts. And I think the key to this is really updating our Form 2Bs. I know APCD has sent some ideas on how we can update the 2B in the past to our staff, and I think that's a good way to do it. Commissioner McGowan touched on it as well. I think the emission estimates should be using the on-gear methodologies, emission reductions resulting from decommissioning facilities, P&A and wells, et cetera. That's talked about in some of the recommendations from APCD, and that often comes up as something we ask for from the applicants now. And so I think that that's another thing that needs to be done. So I encourage staff as they draft some straw man rules to also look at the the recommendations from APCD with respect to the 2B, is I think those kind of processes really help tie together and improve what we've already done with the CIDR database, and take that next step to say, what we're estimating is matching with what's actually happening, the emissions we're actually getting. And by doing that, we can get a better understanding of saying, hey, as we approach these thresholds for NOx, for GHGs, as we get closer to that, is it something we're doing wrong in the emissions estimates? Is it something we're doing in the actual operations? And we can come up with additional ideas, additional conditions of approval, additional BMPs to say, how can we meet those thresholds? How can we do that? But I think having those processes in place are the key way to making sure we're doing this correct way. Another topic that was talked about by commenters throughout the public process was verification processes. And I think that this similarly can be done with our improvement in our processes, such as using the Form 2B updates, using the on-gear methodologies. I think really tying that data together is one of the ways that we can make sure we're moving forward the right way. Because I think the more information you have, the more appropriate decisions you can make and the more thoughtful decisions you can make in how to move forward. Again, I think a couple of the other buckets we talked about, the water issue, and I agree with Commissioner Messner, I think, and Commissioner McGowan as well. I think we need to utilize the Produced Water Consortium. And I agree with Commissioner Messner that when you're talking about the water quality issues, I think there's also a lot of things that we already have in place that are good. But I think that as we progress, we can continue to look at those as well. Again, I don't think that this is the end of our process for addressing cumulative impacts. I think it's going to be a deliberate action over time to continue to improve our processes. And similarly, I agree with the comments on wildlife as well. I think it's important to note that we just had the high priority habitat maps updated. I think it's important to focus on improvements in our coordination and collaboration with our sister agency, CPW, making sure we're doing the right things, making sure we're looking to them for the right BMPs, relying on the maps that we've put into our regulations as well. So I guess with that, I'll open myself up to questions as well.
You are hereby opened for questions. Questions from your fellow commissioners. Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Commissioner Cross, and appreciate your detail as always. I may have misheard this or misunderstood it, but I thought I heard you say that the no net adverse impact is something that our charge requires us to take a look at, but I thought I also heard you say that something that you don't support. Did I mishear that?
So I don't think it's something that we're required to look at. Under our governing statute now, it sets forth the mitigation hierarchy. You attempt to avoid any adverse impacts, and if you can't completely avoid those impacts, then you look to minimizing or mitigating, in which we have defined as reducing or compensating for. And so I think going beyond that reduction or going beyond that compensating for, I think runs the risk of going contrary to what our statute allows for. But I also recognize that there are situations, disproportionately impacted communities where this may come up, where there may be support of it. And I think there are ways that it might need to be something that we look at to make sure that we're meeting thresholds. If greenhouse gas intensity verification rules go through and we're not meeting those intensity protocols, maybe a no net adverse impact is the way to do it. But I think that's one of the things that we try and get through the BMPs. That's one of the things that we try and get already through the cumulative impacts plan. So I generally have concerns with a no net adverse impact formula going forward. But I can also understand why certain commenters have suggested that as a way to maybe address if thresholds are not met.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. I understand it also as you explained it. And I think that in some cases where known adverse impact is possible, we should continue to pursue it philosophically and as a goal under best management practices and through other practices. But I think what I heard you say is that you don't feel that it's appropriate for a mandated go, no go point in development. And I would agree with you there.
Yeah.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I want to ask you both now. So when it talks about wildlife, we put in timing stipulations for protection of wildlife, but if they decide to work within those timing stipulations or in high priority habitat areas, we require compensatory mitigation, which is supposed to compensate for that impact. So essentially, net adverse impact standard. I mean, one option here in lieu of a no net adverse impact standard is timing stipulations. But I would be willing to bet that operators would prefer a no net adverse impact standard to ozone non-attainment timing stipulation. And so I guess I disagree with you on whether or not we have statutory authority to do that, but I'm still trying to understand why it wouldn't be part of the mitigation hierarchy, as applied in a lot of other situations.
Well, I'll start off saying that I'm not sure that compensatory mitigation would result in no net adverse impact, because the impact is still occurring. I think you're then compensating for, and I think compensating for an impact is not meaning that there's not an impact. I think the minimization, which comes before mitigation, if you can't avoid, is reduction of it. And so I think that's the steps that people are taking to say, we're going to use better technology to try and lower emissions. We're going to try and use pipelines to do certain things. That's going to be a way to avoid emissions, but where emissions can't be avoided, if you can't hook up to a tank, then they're setting forth different standards of when they're going to do it. They're using better technology on the thief hatches, things like that. And so I think that's the difference between the avoid impacts and the minimization of impacts. I think in either of those situations, it's not that there's not an impact. And so I think that's kind of where I come from in that. And I'm not saying that it's impossible for a no net adverse impact to go forward. I'm just saying I do have some concerns with it. As I think when you look at the language that we have statutorily, I think that it talks about specifically you avoid the impacts, which is where you would get no impacts. And if you can't avoid it, then you reduce the impacts, and reduction or compensation for impacts does not mean you're not having impacts.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was just responding as well, and I agree with what Commissioner Cross said. And I think the only thing that I would add is the analogy that you used with wildlife. I think, the timing stipulations might be something that we discuss and might be an issue from an air quality standpoint, and something I'd be open to discussing. I think that is not a no net adverse impacts approach, as Commissioner Cross stated. I think it's a deferral of impacts to a less impactful time, but still an impact. Therefore, you're minimizing. And I think that's the same strategy that we use with wildlife. Ultimately, there's still the development there that impacts wildlife, but we've minimized it by removing it from the most sensitive time periods. So I think that we might be stuck on our definition here of no net adverse impacts, and might be able to benefit from further discussion on what that actually means.
Commissioner,
I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I think everyone has a little different interpretation of the mitigation hierarchy. And I come from the school of David Baumgarten, which means avoid means don't do it. Don't do it here, don't do it. And then you apply the minimization and the mitigation. And so in an attempt, particularly in the refined areas of disproportionately impacted communities, the utilization of a no net impact adverse impact standard is actually an opportunity for an operator to be able to make a showing that they're able to propose that in there because they've got because we know because of the screening tool that there's some level of cumulative impact there. We've got some ability for an operator to be able to propose something there. But the other, a literal interpretation of the mitigation hierarchy would be just don't do it there, period. And so, so I think we can debate that further, but that's why I utilize it in that, and it also gets utilized perhaps in an intensity threshold or a NOx threshold that's associated with 30% reduction. That's going to be occurring November 30th as we look at this. So an option could be a no net adverse impact standard in the ozone non-attainment time, or to apply the literal translation of the mitigation hierarchy. It's don't do it, period, because there's no way to minimize or mitigate it.
And I understand where you're coming from, and I think to build on your question of the timing limitations or the timing stipulations, especially with respect to drilling in non-attainment areas. I also agree that operators are probably going to want to do some kind of compensation, some kind of something to, rather than having timing limitations. I'm sure that'll be the case. But I think one of the things that is important as well is not requiring a no net adverse impact doesn't mean that a no net adverse impact can't happen. I know oftentimes what happened in some of my federal practice is you would get situations where they would say, listen, we can't avoid or we can't fully mitigate this issue over here. And so what we're going to do instead is a net conservation benefit. We're going to purchase additional credits for the sage grouse. We're going to do something else over here. And so I don't think anything stops an operator from taking additional steps to show that they are having benefits on impacts or that they're reducing impacts. But I feel differently about that than setting forth a new requirement that you have no net adverse impact. That is not something that's contemplated in our actual statutory that provides our authority.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Just one technical note there, since we talked about, payment mitigation or, timing limitations. Just wanted to point out that sometimes that's the case with wildlife and sometimes it's not, sometimes it's both. And so I think I think we can have that gamut of conversation and talk about, differing approaches that implement the hierarchy in a way that would be most beneficial. But I do think this is a great line of discussion for the ultimate regulatory discussion.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to follow this conversation about no net adverse impact. And I think that a similar conversation took place over at the Air Quality Control Commission. And maybe we need to have some folks who represent disproportionately impacted communities. I don't think they're okay with the adverse impact being implemented other than in their own community as a no net adverse impact. They're at the capacity, right? That's why they're being defined as a disproportionately impacted community, whether it's environmental justice, health issues, socioeconomic status. Taking the adverse impact and giving the benefit to another community doesn't help them out at all, and it doesn't solve the no net adverse impact. I'm trying to understand how you would actually show no net adverse impact without it being do nothing.
Well, and I'll start off saying I completely agree with you. I think especially when it comes to disproportionately impacted communities, I think that if you are going to have some kind of benefit, whether it's in the form of mitigation or otherwise, it should happen in that area, because it doesn't really do a lot to those communities to say, yeah, we're impacting you here, but it's all right because we decommission facilities in Weld County. And so I think it's more important. And I think that's what we oftentimes see now is we're looking at as you have an operator saying, we're going to drill some new wells, we're going to use newer technology, newer facilities, it's going to have less emissions overall. By the way, we're also going to have less surface disturbance because we're plugging and abandoning twice as many wells, decommissioning older facilities that emit more, other things like that. I think you can have that benefit in the area. One of my comments in there was another problem that I have with no net adverse impact, if it's has to be applied in the area, is sometimes that can be difficult. And I use the example of wildlife sometimes. If you are fragmenting habitat in that area, sometimes there's not really a way to fix the habitat in that area. You might have to create additional habitat someplace else. And so that's again, part of my concern with requiring a no net adverse impact overall, is that there are some technical difficulties for it. Again, I'm not saying that I don't think benefits should happen, especially in disproportionately impacted communities, where if there is an impact, steps should be taken to make sure that those disproportionately impacted communities are being treated. So either they're not feeling the impact, there's improvements made in other areas, and it should impact them. And again, I think that these are steps that operators can and do take and should take. Again, I more of my concern with it, because no net adverse impacts did come up in several of the public comments that we got, is saying you should require this. I just have some concerns with requiring it, especially writ large, because of the way that the mitigation hierarchy is worded in our statute.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Thanks, commissioners, for the questions to Commissioner Cross. Guess I could weigh in a bit. And what's nice about being chair is sometimes I can go last and I can say, I like that, and then I like that, and I like that. And I just want to say to my fellow commissioners, I'm appreciative of the time and effort and intelligence that you've put into this. I'm appreciative to our stakeholders for the work they've done to date to provide us with perspectives that are at times different with each other, but that's what informs a good decision-making body. I remind everybody, as I did at the beginning of this portion of our agenda, we are not in a rulemaking right now. We are listening. I think listening is a vastly important component to getting it right. And we now are going to provide, this guidance to staff, and then staff is going to talk to us about next steps. My guidance is I really appreciated Commissioner McGowan's sort of framework for how we might proceed forward. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Ackerman that I think that was a great framework. I'm pretty much in agreement with all of the points that you made as far as where to go on some of the buckets and where not to go, like the greenhouse gas and the as a threshold area, and also HAPS not being a place that we should go at this initial point in time. Just looking at my notes here, in agreement with everyone. I think wildlife we're doing a good job with that. In agreement that reclamation is its own separate rulemaking. I think that we've heard that we need to improve the process that we do with our sister agencies. I'm not quite sure that I'm a true believer of the hypothetical that our process that we do with CDPHE is just completely not working. I frankly think our process with CDPHE is working quite phenomenally well. I know there's always room for improvement. Maybe our process doesn't get at cumulative impacts as much as the good work that I think we're doing with CDPHE on the consultations on OGDPs and on CAPS. So those are kind of my thoughts about that piece. Commissioner Ackerman, you kind of were in agreement with Commissioner McGowan, so I don't have a whole lot more on my notes for you, because I think you and I are in alignment with Commissioner McGowan's framework. Looking at my notes from Commissioner Messner's comments, I think there are some nice plugins from Commissioner Messner that I would want staff to take a look at. The air traffic control system was an interesting concept to protect ozone and the non-attainment. I would ask Commissioner Messner to spend some more time elaborating on that with staff. I think that's part of our next steps is for each of us to meet individually with staff to sort of show them our additional perspectives. I'm very interested in the Enviro screen. And if you get to a certain number, is that a tool for additional CI analysis? And I would like staff to evaluate that versus the Commissioner's McGowan's idea of, are there some off-ramps? I'm not interested in 80% of the state being DI and getting that full additional analysis. I think Commissioner Cross, you made a good point there. If that is the default, then the areas that really deserve that additional attention are going to get swamped with everything else. I think we need to create a nimble approach toward ensuring that the DI communities that are, really deserve that additional attention, we find those through some rule that we make, but that we don't swallow the rule by having everything on the West Slope and everything in Wall County as DI. Commissioner Cross, I thought you did an excellent job of outlining our efforts to date on CI. I thought that actually that story needed to be told. And I appreciate your telling that. I agree with you on the definition of CI, that it is not a NEPA type definition. I agree that maybe we start with the act, use the word addressable. I also think that, here in Colorado, I mean, not to use the euphemism, the Colorado way, but I think we could create a definition that works for us in oil and gas that specifically identifies what sorts of additional things we need to be looking at and what's that circumference that we need to be looking at. And so I think we can have some dialogue and discussion with our stakeholders as these rules are being developed along those lines. Let's do it our way. Let's not default to the federal statute. Let's create a statute and a definition, starting with the definition from 1294. I think is a really, really good start. I agree on adopting the statutory definition around DI, and I fully support this idea of funding a position at the commission that is the ombudsman. Thank you for daylighting that as a concept. I think I've heard in my off the record discussions with DI community that, we're not easy to deal with. We're not easy to understand. And, having that dedicated individual, as well as some other things, translation and other things and reach outs in certain areas, and all that can be developed up in the rules. But I think that was a good idea. I am not in favor of ECMC become a modeling component. I agree for all the reasons that my fellow commissioners have noted there, as well as really appreciative of Sergio Guerra's presentation today. And I defer quite a bit to our sister agency, who is a modeling agency. And, their point to us today is that they did not feel that that's necessary. I think pivoting to doing a much better job of verification. And maybe we need to, not only, maybe we need to verify or make operators verify emissions by actual verifications on site early on and more often, so that we can ensure that the estimates we receive are in fact what's happening. And I agree with Commissioner Ackerman and Commissioner Cross on the no net adverse impacts sort of scenario there. I don't believe that's where we were told to go, and I don't believe that's where we need to go. I think in my direction to staff would be, look at that in the concept of a DI community where they're already at a threshold. I agree that operators should not get extra credit from getting offsets from somewhere else. So that's the direction that I would go around no net adverse impacts. And yeah, I'm at the bottom of my notes. So those are my thoughts that I pinched off of the great thoughts of all of my fellow commissioners. Any questions for me, Commissioner McGowan? Wow, this is scary. Submitting ourselves to commissioner questions. Commissioner McGowan?
I did not have any questions for you. I thought you brought things around full circle pretty well, and I appreciate you kind of putting on the table what you like and what you have more questions about. I wonder if before we move on to anything, I think it would be helpful if we as commissioners put together lists or questions or concepts that we want to make sure we get feedback from CDPHE on. And so just in taking my own little notes, I would be interested in hearing from CDPHE if there's a way, and again, this is because this is my way of my framework and way of thinking. I would like to know if there's a way, whether it's during the consultation process or as we're reviewing OGDP, we get information from them to understand if either the oil and gas industry as a whole is on track for ozone and greenhouse gas goals, which then could trigger like a green light, yellow light, red light for an OGDP approval. So for both ozone and greenhouse gases, I hear us talking a lot about the EnviroScreen and what it says or doesn't say and how it could be used as a tool. Is the 80% a good number? Is that the number that they're using themselves? Does it align with Environmental Justice Task Force recommendations for how it could be used or should be used as a screening tool? I'm sure other folks have questions, but I would like to prepare Commissioner Oath for the discussion that we're having today and some things that we would like to be able to understand, like, can they do this as our partner? Do they see roadblocks, et cetera? So wondering what other commissioners think about that.
I think that was a good summary. Others?
I feel like Commissioner Mesner has some, I think, unless I'm misunderstanding Commissioner Mesner, I think what you're proposing would involve CDPHE much more. And so I wonder if you want to also, sorry, Commissioner Ackerman, you raised your hand. I'm just wondering if Commissioner Mesner wants to lay out some of the things he wants to hear from CDPHE about.
Thanks, Commissioner McGowan. I mean, I think I laid them out. And so I'm happy to condense it in an email and send it to Tricia so that she has it. But I think I don't want to go and rehash everything I already said.
Well, and I do know our staff was instructed to take notes from the comments today. And so we might be able to get them to pull from their notes the relevant areas of inquiry for CDPHE. Commissioner Ackerman?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair. My comment is similar to yours.
If we're mostly done in terms of providing direction, if you're okay with it, commissioners, I wanted to call upon Policy Director Larson to show up and possibly be able to have lovely flowers on a windowsill there.
Maybe you'll see my face.
He's invisible.
There we go.
There you are. Oh, you like morphed in like an angel.
Magically appeared.
Yes. Do you mind if I put you on the spot and sort of ask you kind of, did you hear what you needed in terms of direction from us? We've never really done this. So, did we meet the mark or are we close enough? Is it in horseshoes and hand grenades? Did we do okay? And then secondly, what's next steps in your mind? And a lot of that's for us, but also our stakeholders. And then thirdly, under the statute, we were specifically told that we needed to do a good job of reaching out to DI communities. And I would like to know, what our thoughts are on that front. And then anything else to close out this CI stakeholder feedback.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, today for your feedback. It has been very insightful and very helpful for staff. And Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, I and others at ECMC have been taking copious notes. And I do believe we have a very good roadmap of where the Commission is wanting staff to start exploring straw dock rules and concepts and building a framework that incorporates the conversations that we've had today. And I do appreciate the, I now forget which commissioner noted it, but the offer of, having one-on-one conversations with commissioners to further, dig a little bit deeper into some of these concepts and ideas that you've put forward. So, Chair, I do believe that we have enough to get us going and to start that conversation, one-on-one conversations with commissioners as we go through the next few weeks to months. And if that's all right, I can now transition to what we see as the schedule. So I believe Commissioner McGowan noted that we would certainly like to hear from CDPHE, and a lot of the concepts that have been explored today certainly will impact and require further coordination with that agency. So I believe we're going to have time next Wednesday, which would be at the November 15th hearing, for Tricia Oath, our commissioner from CDPHE, to be present to also opine on some of these ideas. So that will be one of the most immediate next steps. Staff will also begin starting to work up, these concepts, trying to get them into a straw dog rule format. And, at this point, I would estimate that our ability to get straw dog rules back to commissioners and to the public for feedback would be mid-ish December. Chair, you noted that we are working on outreach to disproportionately impacted communities, and we are in the planning process right now to put together a minimum of 4 meetings in early December with disproportionately impacted communities around Colorado. And those meetings would be led by Commissioner McGowan with ECMC staff at those meetings, and all commissioners would be invited, but Commissioner McGowan will be leading those meetings, and it's an opportunity for feedback from those communities, an opportunity for us to also explain the process that we have, ensure that we make that process as open and accessible for those communities and anyone who wishes to participate. And again, it will be specifically identifying and reviewing the cumulative impacts rulemaking and what that process looks like, where we are hearing from these communities, what their thoughts are on the cumulative impacts rulemaking. So we want to have those meetings so we can also incorporate feedback that we receive from those communities into straw dog rules. So with that is why we would anticipate being able to have straw dog rules available mid-ish December. We want to ensure that we have time to hear from those communities. And just a reminder, ECMC did receive funding through House Bill 1294 to improve our ability to have outreach to these communities and to ensure that we have translation services available at these meetings and et cetera. So we are happy that that provision was certainly included in the bill, and are maximizing our opportunity to use those funds and to ensure that we are conducting the outreach necessary. So with that, I would generally anticipate that we should be in a position to move forward with the notice of rulemaking early January. Certainly we want to be able to ensure that we have as much time as possible for a robust pre-hearing process for parties who will be parties to the rulemaking. So ideally, we will have that notice of rulemaking ready early January. So I hope, Chair and Commissioners, that was a helpful overview of the next steps.
That's very helpful. And again, the notice of rulemaking that you mentioned in early January, that is the actual formal, we have a rulemaking. And at that point, we would then, opportunities to be a party would present themselves. If you want to be a party, you can then provide pre-hearing statements and response statements and have witnesses at the hearings, et cetera. So I remind everybody that's that procedural step that moves this from this informal process into this more formal Administrative Procedures Act process. So there's lots of room for additional involvement by all of our stakeholders. I want to conclude this portion of the hearing by thanking everyone for being involved. This is we've done a lot of important rulemakings at ECMC, and this is one of the more important rulemakings, and we want to get it right. And the way that happens is you allow us to listen, and you take time out of your lives to provide us with perspective and important feedback of, what does this mean? How do we do it? How do we do it right? I know that we remain, ready, willing, and able to talk with folks. And we want to thank staff for the listening in today and everybody else. And with that, I think we will take a short break. We still are going to provide feedback on the geothermal straw dog. And let's maybe start that up at 3:40. That's like 13 minutes out. Thanks, everybody. All right, welcome back, commissioners. We have one final item on our docket. This is the Tuesday, November 7th, 2023 Energy and Carbon Management Commission. And the final matter is commissioner feedback to staff on the geothermal straw dog rules. Hearings Manager Larson, do we have anybody from staff that's going to be with us on this, or are we doing kind of the same sort of thing? Who wants to talk first about the geothermal rules?
So, Chair, we do have Mike Rigby, who is heading up our efforts on geothermal. He is in the meeting and available to answer any questions, clarifying questions commissioners may have about the draft rules. But staff would certainly appreciate hearing from commissioners their initial thoughts and feedback, similar to the experience we just had with cumulative impacts.
Okay, great. I can start. I've got basically two comments, and one of them's probably big and might be felt with heartburn from staff at least, but I think it's worthwhile talking about. As drafted, as I see it, the rules are sort of commingled in with our oil and gas rules, and they're not a standalone set of rules for geothermal. I wonder and would like staff to be thinking about whether that's the best approach, as opposed to since geothermal is its own thing. I think from a process perspective, it makes sense that an operator of geothermal that's not necessarily an operator of oil and gas would be able to go pick up that set of rules and know how to go through that set of rules without having to not pay attention to the oil and gas parts of it. So that's big ticket item number one for me. Big ticket item number two for me is, or maybe there's three of them. Two is I would like consideration be given that the rules, and I'm not being judgmental, but not be quite so cumbersome. And I think geothermal is an important potential energy resource for the state of Colorado. And I think I think the direction we got was, we were told to do this so that we could create a protective, but a permitting pathway. And, I guess so I would like to remove some of the cumbersomeness, if that's a direction that's understandable. And then in that same regard, if I read it correctly, all geothermal decisions have to absolutely come to the commission. And as part of sort of, at least this commissioner's idea of creating a pathway that is going to be workable, I don't know that that's necessary. And I don't know what it is that's a geothermal proposed application that should come to us versus one that could necessarily be administratively protectively approved. But I'm sure staff's got some good ideas. I'm sure our stakeholders have some good ideas about how to sort of thread that needle. So, those are my additional ideas. I'm open for questions. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I did have some introductory comments. I don't necessarily have any comments for the thoughts that you had on this. In my introductory comments, I do address one of your points, but the latter not so much. So I'll wanted to put that out there that I'll address that just a little bit.
Please.
And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to move forward. I'll let others that have questions ask of them
Actually,
of you as well.
Let's just go for it. Commissioner Ackerman, I'm sorry, I should have recognized you to begin with.
No,
My
not at
total
all,
bad.
Mr. Chair. No, I appreciate you starting us off. Thank you very much. And had the opportunity to be the commission lead on deep geothermal, and have been coordinating significantly with staff on some of the issues that you brought forward. And wanted to just give a brief snapshot here, a brief synopsis of the current process, and then talk a little bit about methodology, which the chair addressed a little bit, and certainly think that the points that he raised are ones that staff is thinking about for sure, and I would very much appreciate some direction on. After the legislation last session, we set off down this path of getting geothermal regulations in place as quickly as possible. And the chair's note is well taken that this is a priority for the administration. They would like us to be able to put forth a easy to navigate yet protective environment and framework for geothermal in order to encourage geothermal development and exploration in Colorado. We spent much of middle to late August outlining what the scope of the regulation should look like. That resulted in a scoping document that was released on the 6th of September. And we gathered feedback and we drafted these straw dog rules that you have before you as a result of that. These straw dog rules were also sent out for public comment as of October 18th, and we're gathering feedback on those to incorporate into the ultimate draft rules. And of course, this hearing is an important part of that process. Because we've received such interest in reviewing those straw dog rules, we've extended the feedback deadline, and the last day to provide feedback for those who might be listening is the 13th of November, as we've currently got it scheduled. And the intent then is to take those straw dog rules, modify them, refine them into draft rules, under which we'd file a rulemaking notice, which we're hoping to do around Thanksgiving or towards the end of November for hearings in early 2024. And as the chair alluded to, there was significant discussion and thought about the methodology for approaching these rules. And really, there were two options. And the first one consisted of what the chair brought up, which is drafting an entirely new set of geothermal rules, which we set off down that road. Our staff did, and calling them the 1300 series. The further they got down the road, the more it became a cut and paste exercise, and resulted in incorporating the draft rules into the existing rules. They ultimately decided to pursue that because much of the thought in the legislation and directing the commission to regulate deep geothermal really was our existing experience and expertise regulating deep drilling and our extensive rules, policies, and procedures associated with that practice. So consistent with the philosophy, the incorporation of geothermal regulations into our existing regulations made some sense for a number of reasons, and notably, it leverages the existing language and including the known and understood application process and policies and procedures, and frankly, regulation numbers, and other rules that are already in place, and just simply extends them to deep geothermal operations. One of the concerns is the one that was raised by the chair, is that this then smatters the geothermal regulations through our existing regulations and commingles them with oil and gas regulations. So that certainly can be a detriment for those that are only interested in looking specifically at geothermal regulations all in one place. The intent also is to maintain the consistency across all forms of deep drilling operations. So if we work to, as we're doing with cumulative impacts, to implement certain modifications to drilling rules, then they would automatically be applied to all deep rules, including deep geothermal, all drilling rules, including deep geothermal rules, rather than running the risk of having those similar regulations duplicated in two different places and having to make sure that they track. And generally avoids unnecessary regulatory duplication, as what you see in these draft straw dog rules are a lot of either striking oil and gas specific notes or adding geothermal notes into existing regulations. The alternative would likely be taking those rules and cutting and pasting them in their entirety in a new 1300 section. So, you know, these regulations, these straw dog regulations, I want to emphasize that that's what they are. And presumably the resulting draft regulations will have a lot of language that's simply intended to extend the existing rules to geothermal rather than create new large blocks of regulatory text. The notable inclusion of a number of new geothermal rules is in these straw dog rules, generally substantively in the 300 series, starting on page 60 of the draft here. So staff obviously has been working very hard on these straw dog rules. They continue to do so. While they're lengthy, it could be argued that they're simple as they are consistent with existing rules and attempt to mingle geothermal in. But there are significant issues that we continue to ponder and work on, and you know how they'll be best to address. And you'll see the best initial approach here in these regulations, and you'll see, and I'll mention these in just a little bit, but you know, co-production, unitization, financial assurance, and other things that may have some unique aspects of them when you're talking about geothermal. I'll touch on those in just a minute, but I wanted to touch on a couple of administrative issues first, and the first is a thank you, especially to staff, but especially to Mike Rigby and John Morgan and Benjamin Boudreau from the Attorney General's office. As Ms. Larson noticed, they're listening today. They're available to address questions, and they've done almost the entirety of the heavy lifting on this, and it has been heavy, and we appreciate their hard work. We also appreciate the various groups and individuals who helped with and commented on the scoping document that provided a really strong foundation from which to begin these draft straw dog rules. And of course, we appreciate the various groups and individuals who've commented on and continue to comment on these straw dog rules, just as in advance, we appreciate those we know will participate in the process to get the best geothermal rules in place early next year. Wanted to also, although it's not part of the discussion today, wanted to note and remind the commission that there are still 2 geothermal studies that are related to these regulations in an effort that Commissioner Cross is leading. One of those is a regulation study, and so that's the most pertinent, which intends to be a concerted effort to identify ongoing challenges and opportunities with these geothermal regulations and really potentially any necessary regulatory and statutory tweaks. We'll do that in conjunction with DWR after their own shallow geothermal rulemaking, which will be subsequent to ours. And that study is ultimately due at the end of 2024. So we'll have next year to really see how we're doing and see how we're doing in conjunction with DWR's new regulations. And then a geothermal resource study to help better pinpoint and understand the state's geothermal resource potential, which is due at the end of June 2024. And we're moving hard to contract for that study. I'll skip over kind of the purpose of the hearing. I think we've laid that out and really modeled that with the cumulative impacts discussion that we just had. But I did want to mention just a couple of lead comments like Commissioner McGowan did, and issues that I think, after having had significant discussions, at least conceptually, about these straw dog rules and about some of the challenges associated with geothermal, there are a few things that really I think we need to continue to focus on. And I wasn't so organized as Commissioner McGowan to put them in buckets, but do have a list of things that I think are important. And I think top of that list is that our early outreach has demonstrated that most of the interested parties are supportive of exploring and moving forward with deep geothermal exploration and possible production, and the impact that will potentially have on energy production, clean energy production here in Colorado, and really potential energy independence increase for our nation and our state. There are certainly issues similar to other energy production that will exist, and they'll need to be properly addressed. And as I mentioned, much of this is preloaded in the approach we took in drafting the regulations, as much as carried over from existing regulations. But there are some significant issues that really are somewhat unique to geothermal. That wasn't a good lead in, because I did insert this one, which I think is really probably the most important thing that came out during our conversations, and that's local government consultation and coordination. Geothermal is really new to most local governments. The statute reads that upon request by a local government, we're required to provide technical support to that local government concerning the implementation of our rules pursuant to the geothermal statutes. And that was certainly reinforced by our conversations with local governments. There's a lot of concern about the potential impacts of geothermal. We need to talk a lot more about geothermal and help local governments further explore what that might mean for their jurisdictions. There's a lot of discussion from local governments about how we co-manage and co-regulate deep geothermal. And local governments, while not expressing distaste in mass about geothermal, certainly express concern about us getting ahead of their processes and not being able to manage their land use planning in such a way that they'd like to do in the event of heavy geothermal activity in their areas. So I think continued coordination and cooperation with local governments will be very important to what we're doing. That said, there are some issues that are unique to geothermal that certainly staff has considered and incorporated into these regulations, but we need to continue to think about. Chief on my list are financial assurance. We've done a great job, in my opinion, of heading down the road of proper financial assurance in this state. Certainly, it should be no different with geothermal. And geothermal, well reclamation is really not that much different other than its depth from regular oil and gas plugging. Nonetheless, the timing and potential use of geothermal wells could be significantly longer. And so you may have, like in California, geothermal wells that operate, well over 100 years if you're successful. And so we'll need to think about what that means from a financial assurance perspective and ensuring that proper bonding is in place and proper modification of payments that are set aside is accelerated through the years if we're talking about reclamation 100 years from now. A big issue I think that we have before us is unitization of geothermal. We don't really have as much statutory guidance in unitization of geothermal resources as we do in oil and gas. And so while we do have significant experience with spacing and pooling and unitizing oil and gas, we really can talk about whether that model is the appropriate model for geothermal, which is what we've tried to do here to some degree. But we really do need to continue to discuss how to best quantify, understand, and regulate, blocks, for lack of a better word, of geothermal energy. Co-production is also something that's going to be pretty unique here. In many instances, we'll likely see some co-production of geothermal and oil and gas resources. And we'll need some unique rules associated with co-production. I think staff has largely addressed that here by requiring separate parallel permitting for oil and gas and geothermal in co-production scenarios, but we still have a ways to go in discussing the nuances of that. And then I think, this is one that's a little bit out there. Well, I'll leave that one for last, but I'll mention DWR coordination. In the end, we do have shared statutory authority over geothermal. While there is a pretty good cutoff between deep and shallow geothermal, we do have some overlap. And so coordination with the state engineer's office will be really important. And you can see that kind of peppered throughout the Strawdock draft as well. And then I think something that we should be thinking about, and it will be difficult to address, is transmission. We are not a transmission agency. The geothermal energy regulation will stop at the edge of the geothermal pad. And it's really significantly different, though, from oil and gas, whereas oil and gas is eventually transmitted through flow lines and pipelines. Geothermal will go straight into the grid from the geothermal resource. And so transmission, if geothermal isn't properly planned, could be a significant infrastructure, land use, and certainly habitat fragmentation issue that we'll need to kind of think about how we help them plan for that. And it's really more akin to renewable energies like solar energy and wind farms than it is to oil and gas production. So significantly different from what our existing regulations contemplate. That said, I think those are, some of the big issues that are out there that we need to continue to think about and refine. Again, I think staff has done a great job, and I certainly want to reiterate that I think that what the chair led with is not an issue that we should dismiss. It's an issue we should continue to talk about. Can we simplify? Can we move geothermal into one block so that it's more user-friendly rather than easy for us to manage? I think those are very legitimate concerns and discussions that we need to continue to have. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to jump in and get those thoughts out there. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate your leadership on the geothermal front and appreciate the overview for all of us. I should have led with you. I think I'm cumulative impacts exhausted. So at any rate, do folks have questions for Commissioner Ackerman? A great summary. Go ahead, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to both of you for setting the stage. I think my question is for Commissioner Robbins, which is, what did you mean by you'd like to see it be less cumbersome? Were you merely talking about the fact that we've kind of embedded those rules into all of our OGDP rules and you want it to be its own separate series, or were you talking about some other things? Because I think, unfortunately, I might have a difference of opinion if you're talking about something else.
Yeah, I think I'm talking both and appreciate if we've got different perspectives on this. I think that first making it its own set is helpful for the geothermal people who are not necessarily oil and gas people. Number one, I think that when it's embedded in the oil and gas rules, it's a little more difficult to sort of easily understand how to pick that up and move a permit through the process. And then probably where I might see some divergence is, I also think that we need to create a environment that is protective, like we've done with oil and gas, but not like necessarily overprotective for geothermal. I think that the legislature believes that geothermal is a necessary component for Colorado as it's moving forward to try to meet its greenhouse gas goals. That's, I think, honestly different than production of oil and gas. And we've been debating that all day long and all month long. So I think it's a little bit of both. I don't know exactly what that would look like. And I frankly haven't spent as much time reviewing the straw dog as I probably should have to be able to make these cogent statements or make these statements more cogent than they are right now. But I think it is a little bit of all of the above.
I guess I would like to see then what might get removed as part of this concept of not being overly protective or being too cumbersome. I think there are some similarities about geothermal development that are deserving of a similar eye that we do for OGDP applications. A lot of the same equipment for drilling and disturbance, noise, light, dust, emissions while you're doing drilling. Being careful about where they're located and community engagement. I think it's actually really smart that we're thinking about financial assurance. So those who follow us aren't going to have to deal with it like the way we've had to deal with it. So I think I would just be cautious that I agree this is an important tool for us to figure out how we transition to the new energy economy. I think it'd be really great if we were the ones who were smart and laid out the rules ahead of time so that people who follow us don't have to do cleanup and say, why didn't they put this in the rule? They did this for oil and gas, for example, and we're protective and thoughtful. How is it going to develop? Where is it going to develop? How is it going to affect where other growth is going to occur? I think those are important things for us to discuss. And I think they're important components for an operator or someone who's building out a geothermal location to also be thinking about. So that's my 2 cents. I understand that I might be in the minority, but I think there are important components that deserve similar review to oil and gas locations.
Well, and I think that's what's good about this. Give me just 2 seconds, Brett, and then I'll call on you. I mean, I think that's what's good about this straw dog feedback is, I'm not suggesting solutions here. I'm just suggesting that as the straw dog rules are moved, as we move forward in vetting them, I think staff and Commissioner Ackerman, you should take both of our points, as, what they are and dive in and look and see if there are areas in which it's not necessary because this is different than oil and gas, or to Commissioner McGowan's point, that area is absolutely necessary because it's very similar to oil and gas. So I think the direction is just as you and staff are thinking about uncumbersoming them and maybe thinking about having them as a standalone, also looking to see, should this be treated identically to oil and gas? Should this be treated similarly to oil and gas? Should this be treated as geothermal because it doesn't have the impacts of oil and gas? And again, I'm not the expert here. I'm just, those are my ideas. Commissioner McGowan, I agree with you. There's a lot there that is very similar and needs to be treated the same. So I don't have answers, but I know the next steps are going to be Commissioner Ackerman and his team are going to be looking through this with these lenses on. And I think both of the lenses are appropriate and they're not mutually exclusive. Commissioner Ackerman, recognize you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that synopsis. I think that, this is what we ran into in these early discussions. And, I don't see Mike Rigby on here. I'm sure he hasn't been elevated yet, but if he would be, he'd be muted. But I can still hear him saying, you can have easy or you can have protective, right? That's what he's told me. And so in the end, I think your point is well taken. What we ran into is that we were, like I alluded to, cutting and pasting large blocks of existing regulations because oil and gas and geothermal drilling are so similar. Pre-production is essentially the same. And so existing rules would be very similar. And so if we did create a new section, which might be more user-friendly, arguably, it would likely be lengthy and include large blocks of pasted regulations. And so I think your point is well taken in that, are there places that we can really take a close look and see, where can we streamline, where we've elaborated on certain principles for oil and gas that maybe are more simple with geothermal. And I know that staff has taken a critical eye, but I believe that we can have further conversation about this. Those are just some of the issues that we ran into. Was the regulations actually became more complex rather than less complex with a new section.
Further thoughts or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say that I'll reiterate again, appreciation for all the hard work done so far. I also will be interested to see the rest of the public comments. I think overall, I was happy with the rules. I agree. I think it might be easier in a separate series. But I want to save some of my judgment until I see more of what comes in public comment. Kind of getting an idea of what operators are saying about it, what geothermal proponents are saying about it, etc.
Fair enough. And just for the record, Commissioner Messner is excused and he had another obligation under ECMC, but he did indicate to me that he did not have any real substantive thoughts or concerns about geothermal at this point. So take that for what it's worth, Commissioner Ackerman. Well, we may have exhausted. This may be indicative of a really good effort, Commissioner Ackerman, and to Mike Rigby and others, in that there's not a ton of critical feedback. I think you got the information from us. Do you want to, so you've already talked a little bit about timing, so I don't even think we need to go there. Do you have any final remarks, Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll just circle back by saying that what we found through our discussions with stakeholders and through the input that we've received is we're receiving good substantive input and great suggestions on how to refine and approach geothermal in the state. We also, through our discussions, the overlying sentiment, as I mentioned, was generally one of support, but also with a caution to, hey, make sure that we get this right from the onset as well, as Commissioner McGowan stated. And so I want the public to know that we certainly are having, while this conversation was short, we're having significant conversations, we're having significant public input, And with regard to our general usual rulemaking process, we've extended this on the front end to a scoping period, a straw dog period, and then a rulemaking notice, as opposed to just coming forward with draft rules to react to. And so once again, we think this has been a pretty community engaged approach so far. And I want to also part with the chair's comments. This is a priority for us in the state. It's important for us to move forward with regulations that, yes, are protective, but also provide a pathway by which this currently fledgling industry in Colorado can move forward and see what the potential for that looks like in our state. So we're excited about the path forward. We're very excited to continue to have these regulatory conversations and to talk about what the potential might be for geothermal. So I appreciate the conversation, and once again, appreciate the significant work from all sides.
Great. Well, thanks everybody for attending with us. I think we have accomplished this last agenda item, which is providing feedback from commissioners on the geothermal straw dog rules. We will now allow staff and Commissioner Ackerman and stakeholders to move forward with revisions and with posting of a rulemaking. Obviously, we have lots of things to attend to as we move forward with our various rulemakings. With that, unless anybody else has any other item, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.